Coffee in India? Absolutely. Guarantee you I could find some terrible coffee in India too. Because some of the best coffee I've ever had is in the US. The key in the US is you just don't go to the big chains. Okay. I guarantee you I could find you some terrible coffee in India. I guarantee you. 1,000%. 100,000%. I guarantee you I could find you some terrible coffee in India. Oh shit, he's on Twitch. He has been on Twitch for over 10 years. So yes, he is on Twitch. All right, Twitch chat, it's time to say hi, YouTube. Hi, YouTube. How you doing? It's good to see you. We're streaming on 2 platforms. We're live on Twitch and YouTube. YouTube viewers, if you're watching right now, leave a like on the stream. Make that number go up. It helps number go up. Obviously. You click it, number go up, your dopamine go up, and view count maybe go up. Help out that YouTube chat. That YouTube stream, YouTube chat. There you go. This is FireOrb. Welcome to FireOrb. FireOrb is a volcano fort. A volcano fort with absolutely no metal on the entire map. Although, I mean, there might be some like iron ore somewhere. Anyway, FireOrb. The entire goal of this fort is I am not allowed to use metal as weapons, period. So, I'm going to be crying. Basically. It is on Untamed Wilds. There are giant flies on the map. And we have sand. So, because of this, the goal is to obviously play it kind of safely. But I'm trying to cover this volcano with lava, or in it, obviously, with glass. We're going to make a glass structure on top of this volcano, and hopefully not get murdered by giant flies in the process. So we are making a whole whack ton of glass. Glass armor doesn't exist. Glass weapons don't exist. So can't do that. But I can make spinning axe blades, or spinning glass blades. There we go. We've got a JJ over on YouTube is begging for a Dwarf in the format of throwing money at me, in a format of money that I don't understand. I don't know what a czar is, but I don't know. It's up to a tier 2 Twitch sub. JJ, up to a tier 2 or higher Twitch sub. What's up, AFDNZ? Dwarfs in your fort? It's more likely to. It's more likely than you think. The named dwarves in the fort currently are Amethyst, Entriarch, Argamemnon, Darius Dorfin, Elfie Bean, Neezer, Ricklebert, Stormwolf, and Swaghammer, as well as Wuggy. Swaghammer's name was Swagaxe, but Swaghammer made a artifact copper warhammer, so Swaghammer it is. And, of course, Wuggy McWuggy. And now I need to name Keen Cook. Keen Cook, what kind of Dwarfus do you want this? If you have any preference. Can you use metal traps? I said I'm not allowed to make metal weapons. I would consider those a trap. I would consider a trap weapon. Zzz. Anyone with no beard. All right, happy dwarf with no beard. Keen Cook is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. Greatly is pleased by her looks and accomplishments, and generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and, hold on a second. Radu Constantine is subscribed to Tier 3 6 months in advance. Jesus fuck, man. What? That's a lot of money. Why'd you done a thing like that? Okay, so first off, I owe you 2 things. I owe you access to sound commands, Radu. So you have those. The second thing is because that's a tier 3, I also have to give you a sound command of your choice that's custom if you want it. I find most tier 3s don't actually redeem these days, even though I talk about them, but it can be up to 10 seconds, and as long as it doesn't get me taken down with a DMCA strike, so please don't give me an Ariana Grande song. But yeah, you can make a sound command up to 10 seconds.
Mean things about Blind. I'm gonna make sure that he's right in front of me. I'll tell it to his face. Blind, you smell.
Yes, like that. Animal. Mm-hmm. Yes, like that. Just like that. I don't want to get DMCA taken down to Bonesaw. Although if Radu wants to sing a cover of Creed, then I mean, you'll DM me with options. Okay, got it. Sweet. We'll talk. He personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and likes orpiment and pig iron and blue garnet. Oh, also, if you type in !Dwarf, Radu, and at somebody, then yeah, I prefer Run DMC rather than DMCA. Exactly. If you at somebody and type in !Dwarf, you can dwarf somebody, or deep sea fishing can just do that. JJ, congratulations. You may or may not get YouTube dwarfed in a second. If you think that the YouTube watcher JJ, who gifts a lot of memberships apparently, deserves a dwarf, Twitch chat, you can vote yes or no now while I read the description of this dwarf. She likes llamas for their jutting teeth and polar bears for their strength. The sight of the poetry of mothers, and when possible, prefers to consume strawberry wine and rice flour and absolutely hates fire snakes. And Keen Cook is in love with Darius, apparently. And has several friends, which is good, including Elfie Bean. And is satisfied after watching a glassmaking, or after teaching glassmaking. Here you go. I'm going to need to see a little bit more in the way of yeses because it needs to be overwhelming, but that's a solid start, I would say. So, I'm in an ad break right now, but Twitch chat and YouTube chat, what kind of dwarf do you think our friend JJ here gets? What kind of dwarf? What kind of dwarf do you think JJ is? Nice. Thanks for the 69 pennies. A noble because of the wealth. Uh-huh. South African rand, you had to look it up too? Okay, well there you go. I assumed it was 69 German SARS, but... Actually have a SAR coin. Your story. All right, bearded glassmaker is the thing I saw. Chicken wrangler? I don't have any chickens in the fort, so. How about Eustace? JJ, over here, never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations, as avaricious as they come, obsessed with acquiring wealth. He can be very happy and optimistic and tends to hang on to grievances. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger. Finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He could be considered rude and doesn't often feel envious of others, is somewhat quarrelsome and is bothered by this. Since he values friendship, he often feels lustful, and he thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and has a very distinct laugh for when he's excited. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather, dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally finds leisure time wasteful and values peace over war. Okay. Sweet. Easy peasy. What else can we read about you, JJ? I don't know why I closed it. Great work of art. He likes illuminite, pig iron, morganite, and mahogany wood, harp seal leather and jute fabric, gems and helms and backpacks and bracelets and cavies for their three toes, king cobras for their charming hood, and the sight of the diamond silver, and when possible prefers to consume leeks, cassava beer, and alpaca's milk, and 2-grain wheat seeds, and absolutely hates toads. And you worship Gemsit, and you're a member of the competitive order, and of course the hot sparks. And also, I'm gonna toss you in the military, just because of your description. Although they're gonna be Mark's dwarves, so you know, one thing at a time. Leeks are delicious. I agree with this, Blue Owl, very much. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the fact that YouTube doesn't tell me the amount that a super chat is worth. It makes it like, I think 69 ZAR is like $5 Canadian, according to this conversion. But it's like, I really hate it. It's because like, if you're aware of it, then you can kind of keep an eye on it and be like, all right. I can like math that out in my head. But for a lot of people who like aren't expecting that, like I've seen some people get caught out in shitty ways with it, and I don't know. I don't like it. I'm not a fan of it. It's not a thing that I particularly like about YouTube, but it's okay. I've got a very long list of things I don't like about YouTube. Okay, so I'm gonna go up here and just make a stockpile for sand, specifically. And then we need to go back to making a few things. We need to make bedrooms. I still need a temple. I do not, in fact, have a temple currently. And I need aside from a temple, I need bedrooms. So that's what we're working towards. We also don't have a tavern. I just have 2 guild halls, Craftsdwarf's Guild and a Glassmaker's Guild, which are both grand guild halls. They're quite happy, the dwarves, with the guild halls. So that part's good. Fortunately, there are a decent number of beds here or bedrooms here that I've made that I can work towards getting filled. We also have a mayor now named Unib. We also need to make a mayor's office. Let's do that. And something else I'm going to do, because over here, we're just making a ton of sand, is I'm going to go and lower down the number of blocks. Or not lower down the number of blocks. Lower down the number of workshops that can make blocks. Let's say 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. And then I'm going to make green glass cabinet. Green glass box, which is a chest or a coffer. Green glass armor stand. And a green glass weapon rack. I'm also going to make green glass altars. Why would I need to smooth the stone? I'm generally replacing it with better materials. So we're going to make 50, 20, let's do 25 actually. Enough for the nobles. 25 and 25, and 10 should be fine for the last one. And then for these, 2 shops, 2 shops, 2 shops, 2 shops, 2 shops. This is very much going to be like a chocolate mint colored fort. Path of Acra is a phenomenal little video game. It's so good. It also is about to beat its top ever player count yesterday, which was 271. It's currently at 259. Go play and buy Path of Acra if you haven't. Or just, hang around until the end of the stream, and then we'll stream some more of it tonight. And also Thanatos, hello. Better than your current fort where everything is made out of lead and takes ages to all around. That's pretty brutal. Okay, so let's... I think move some stuff inside. I've got this mechanics workshop, which I can just get rid of. And, well, this needs to finish getting deconstructed. This needs to finish getting dug in, because this is our cave adaptation defense zone. This needs to be green glass. There we go. That's the button I needed to click. And I need to start making crafting area, or a craft, and like more of a crafting area. And I also need to make offices for the mayors. So let's make offices for the mayor, and we'll do that. We'll lay those out first. I think this could be mayor's office, and this could be mayor's dining room. That, or I'll just make an office, and then, like, you know, there would be a future captain of the guard and a future dungeon master. So we'll make mayor's office. We'll do captain of the guard's office, future captain of the guard's office, and future dungeon master's office. And I'll just pre-furnish all of these for when I need them. And what else could I possibly need for offices? I guess I could give the chief medical dwarf an office. They don't really need it, but could also do a hammerer office. I think I'll just queue up a bunch of offices here, and we'll just, like I said, have them ready to go. Although, now that I'm looking at the mayor's office is a little small. Return to Infinite Space, that's also a really great coffee break game. I'm not familiar with Weird World's Return to Infinite Space. And then this can be the mayor's dining hall, methinks. And then for crafting, we're going to start digging out this. I think maybe store chop down trees in there. So something that's a little scary is I don't have a unlimited source of water yet because I haven't hit the cavern layers yet. So that part of the fort is a little scary currently because of the fact that I haven't hit the caverns yet. So because I haven't hit the caverns yet, a little scary. No bookkeeper office? This is the bookkeeper office, right here. Bookkeeper manager, right there. Already got one. And this is getting filled in. Farmer's Workshop can also move inside. I think Farmer's Workshop's going to go down there somewhere. Whoa, and also immediately more migrants. Hello, you. Curious. Oh, you dream of mastering a skill? Are you brave? Welcome to the military, Monsieur Fama. Oh yeah, we're also not farming at all. I'm getting by entirely just gathering, so we'll probably start up farm fields at some point, but just not just yet. Sickly poor analytical ability. Dreams of mastering a skill. You'll do fine. So now we need to make our Marksdorf squad up and running. I feel like Elfie has never not had Path of Acra on the other monitor. Elfie's just had that game running since she discovered it. Okay, that's going to increase the population quite a bit. It's gonna be wooden. It's gonna be wooden crossbows. Is gonna be our material of choice. So it should be fun. Elves gonna be pissed? Only if the elves only get pissed if you're chopping down in large quantities constantly, so, you know, we just have to be careful about our actual resource usage. We are allied with a elven faction, but we're also at war with a elven faction, so There will probably be some dwarf on elf combat in this fort, but it is going to be a matter of keeping things low-key, at least initially. I'm more concerned with just the wildlife in the region. If we actually look at here, we're also at war with this goblin faction, which is a pure devil. That's a really good name of that pit. But if we look up here, you can see what we're working with. We're actually trading with the Spotted Lilac right now, which is a elven faction. So, and something else I would like to do is, what is my mayor's personality? Does my mayor like anything? And I can say mayor. I apparently was typing in nayer. Never feels discouraged and is impervious, incurious, and never seeks out knowledge or information to satisfy himself. He finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. He has little interest in joking around. He is given to flights of fancy, and he tends to be a bit stubborn. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. All right. Okay, you like nickel, silver, and sardonyx, walnut wood, and reacher tooth. Walnut wood. Don't I have walnut wood? Hold on. Let's say... need a piece of furniture. Maybe just... table? I don't have any walnut wood. Well, that's a shame. I was just kind of curious if I had walnut wood lying around. What else do you think? Well, you're already in a squad, so... He was very recently elected. After not being here for all that long. Yeah, so moved in spring and was elected in the summer. He is a novice appraiser and organizer. He needs to study, quarters, etc. Oddly enough, doesn't have any negative thoughts about, like, not having a good place to have a meeting in. Probably because nobody wants to have meetings with him right now, which is probably for the best. And you know what? Maybe I'll actually be a little bit nicer to the mayor. Maybe the mayor can have this slightly bigger office. And I'm actually out of tables and chairs. So I could make glass tables and chairs. I could. But, like... what if... Chat, what material should I make tables and chairs out of? I mean, I was making them out of stone and just going with the stone materials, but I don't know. What materials do you think we should make tables and chairs out of? Clay. I don't actually have any on this map, so that would be difficult, but your statement has been noted and feedback has been recorded and will be subsequently ignored. Platinum. I would have to find some. Clear glass, you big meanie. Other than just hoping to get them randomly. Fortunate thing about large gems is large gems can be crafted into things. Ooh. Hey. Bonesaw. It's your opportunity. You can do the thing. Oh, Bonesaw. Sounds an awful lot like Captain of Industry. Bonesaw, are you present? Chat, Bonesaw isn't here. We're safe. The South Creed has many worshippers in FireOrb, and now require a temple and a priest. Now the question is where do I put a temple to the South Creed? To the north? I mean, I could put it to the north, but it is the South Creed. So it would be more fitting to make it south, but... I think... I kind of want to make it a 2-layer temple. I think that would be kind of cool if it was a 2-layer temple. Let's just grab a carpenter shop and chuck you over here. I'm going to make out of cashew logs. And all of the dwarves are going to run off for a bit and go gather those up. Because there are logs everywhere outside. Are you telling us that Bonesaw isn't ready? Bonesaw wasn't ready that time, no. That's for sure. All right. Cashew logs again. But now we need to figure out where we're going to put that temple. I think to the north could be cool. I think the problem that I always have with temples is I find that, like, very quickly I'll look at them and be like, why did I just, like, put all of the temples in one place? You know? Like, does that make any sense? Like, I always end up doing that. And I need to maybe not do that this time. I need to try to not just put all of the temples in one place. Or just not in one place, but like scattered everywhere out around, and they don't really look like temples. They never stand out. And I kind of want them to. So it's kind of a question of how do I do that? And for tables, got 3 bronze bars currently. Well, let's do 1 bronze table. Hold on. This is a test of the National Public Alerting System by the Government of Canada. No action is required. If this was an actual emergency, you would have instructions for protecting yourself and your family. For more information, please visit the Alert Ready website, and the rest of it is in French, I assume, saying the same thing. I think I won't. Anybody else just get that? You would see a mushroom cloud outside. If this were an actual emergency, you'd probably know already. And would have seen posts about it yesterday on Reddit. Now you have to wait another 8 minutes and 49 seconds. Kashmir. All right, well, these are now making beds for me, which is good. And we're getting all of these logs placed. Well, I guess you would have to be in Canada to get it. Radu. I don't think you're in Canada. Be a bit of a shift. Let's just get some more beds placed. Uh-oh. Giant Horay Badger. Ah. Well, I've got an agitated honey badger. It begins, I suppose. Well, time to get stuff inside, dwarves. And Catan, the glassmaker, withdraws from society. Well, okay, so I guess there's 2 things I need to do then. I'm going to place a temple right here. That's going to be the first temple. And the second thing that I'm going to do is cry because there's an agitated giant honey badger outside. But I'm also going to go over here and start making a training area for Marks dwarves. Well, maybe not there, actually. Maybe over here. And at the end here, I'm going to dig a trench. I'm going to go up here and drop down one. Okay, so how many agitated animals are on the map then? Just the one? Of course it's a honey badger too. And 10 untrained war dwarves wrestle one giant honey badger? I mean, that's a good question. I don't know. Apparently it killed a dog. Well, I mean, it keeps running away in fear, so currently I'm not too worried. Dwarf has grabbed a glass furnace. And also we're getting, like, traders pretty soon. So I would assume that when traders arrive, they will deal with that partially. Here's hoping. It's a beautiful badger. If you insist on calling that thing beautiful, then fair enough. I won't take away your unique concept of beauty. Of course they can't. I mean, that actually is a good point to make. They absolutely can wrestle a badger. The question isn't can they wrestle a badger, is it a good idea to wrestle a badger? I'd say no, probably. Rock coffin. 80. Maybe not 80. 10. We'll just make 10. The default. Yes. Start making obsidian coffins. Let's see how many chests we can place. There's some. And how many cabinets we can place. There's more fighting happening. It's another dog. You know, I should probably, like, take care of those dogs. Train them for war or something. Uh-oh, it begins. We've got this very exhausted honey badger, which is currently getting punched by a child, a beekeeper, Kogan the glassmaker, and a dog. Although I'm sure the dog is biting it or something. Yeah, well, the dog, okay, the dog is bit it by the head and is shaking it around. The turkey is just hanging out. It's probably somebody's pet, and there goes the badger. Let's see if I can butcher it. We butcher the badger? Why are we building a hospital, cloth casts, and crutches? I wonder. I have no idea. I have no idea. Shoutouts to the dwarves who managed to take out that badger. Very quality setup, I would say. Let's see if badger can be eaten. It seems it can. We butchered the badger. Successful butcher of the badger. I would like to say round of beers because meat's back on the menu, boys. Hasn't been for a while, actually. And also, I wonder how much meat a giant badger gives. 26. Well, that's disappointing. Very disappointing. Jeez. Jeez, man. Could have done so much better. But oh well. Let's see how much leather we get out of this giant honey badger. Was it a honey badger or just a badger? It was a honey badger, yeah. 2 points of leather, not bad. And do I have a crafts dwarf shop? I do. Let's say bone bolts and totem and decorate with ivory and tooth. Bunch of beers for Badger Butcher. Yeah, there you go. Badger Butcher, bunch of beers for Badger Butchery. Yes. All right. Also, apparently ads are about to drop, so I'm going to real quick use the toilet. I will be right back.
Nuclear vessels.
Isn't that interesting?
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything.
I also opened up the sliding glass door a little bit, let some fresh air in.
Everything that's good
It's gonna be warm today, and it's gonna be warmer tomorrow.
That sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
But we're in that actual ad break now. So someone in the YouTube chat is just like, well, it is a lie, and content creator that lies in titles is a bad creator. What? What am I doing? Even though it's a fucking old fort. Why are your videos always named New Fort, even if it is always a fucking old fort? Chat, is this an old fort? When did we start this fort? Like, yesterday? I'm sorry, my definition of new doesn't fit your definition of new. Here's the thing, Mr. Steven Rowitz over on the YouTube. You clearly don't have many brain cells, and that's okay. We allow people with very few brain cells to watch these streams here. The reality is, when there's a new fort, I inform people that it's new for about 3 streams, because it's still new. In the grand scheme of things, I often stream forts for a month on end without changing the fort. So it's a new fort, yes. It's not your fault that you have very few brain cells and cannot quite realize that not always a new thing is brand new, but it's still new. So I think what you need to do is calm the fuck down, or you will never comment or chat in any of my streams ever again. Or go away. That's fine. And if you don't like it, unsubscribe and watch somebody else on YouTube, because I guarantee you can find another YouTuber who is as prolific in uploading Dwarf Fortress content. And if you don't like the slight deviation in what you define as new, well then, eat a pickle and have a nice day. All I can say. Try and improve your day or something. I don't know. You find you lying about new fort. Okay, fine. Then I'm not lying about the fact that I'm gonna ban you from my chat. Goodbye. See you again, never. And I will continue doing me. Anyway, chat rooms in both chats. This is where you just kind of go, bye, Sharona. This is what it is. If you want to go around shouting nonsense like that, okay. Like, if somebody wants to criticize me putting the word new fort, that's fine. I get it. It's all about the words used. If you're just going to show up and be really rude and, like, start cursing and whatnot, it's like, well, you must not actually want to be here anyway. No, I will forever refer to forts as new for about 3 streams. After the 3rd stream, it stops being new. Because I have, at times, streamed the same fort for literally a month plus. So if I'm going to do that and never really be sure how long a fort's going to run for, I'm going to tell people it's new while it's still in the early phases. It was something to join in the middle of? It's fine. Sorry about that. I love it when people are like get weird about clickbait. Or calling things clickbait. Because the reality is, if you aren't sassy with your titles and somewhat clickbaity on YouTube, you get no views. You have to be a little bit out there with your titles on YouTube. And you can blame me or you can blame YouTube. Those are your options. I choose to blame YouTube. I don't like to do that. Oh, also, yeah, sure, eat a pickle. I hope you enjoy the pickle. Kashmir. I'm not sure what that even means. Master Spike? New fort gone sexual? Bro probably rants about new metal not being new. I would just rant about NU being not how you spell new, but... God and Goblin? I don't... You know, there's clickbait and then there's click confusion. I don't know what that means. Destiny Llama 2, The Reckoning. Genuinely, I have no idea what that means. Claiming it's lying is bonkers, unnecessary, and aggressive. Why so hard out the gate? Just spreading hate. And yeah, I mean, it just shows having that kind of attitude when you enter a stream just shows that you're an unpleasant individual and I don't want you around in the first place. So if anything, the slightly pointed title of me putting the word New Fort in the title just simply weeds out the asinine fuckwits that we don't really need around this space, right? Oh, I know those memes. They just never made any sense to me, Neokai. I'm aware of them. I've seen them. They just never register as funny, nor even, like, making sense. Like, I get it. I know what they're from. I understand the source material. I actually looked up the Know Your Meme for it at one point because I was curious. But I've never found them funny or really understood how they work in context. It's just, it's an ultra extreme version of clickbait, right? That's all it is. I'm a comedy elitist. I don't find most memes funny to begin with. I think that memes can have a tendency to be funny for about 2 days. And then the internet grinds it into the ground to the point where it's just powder. And it's like, well, that's sand. And then it's like, no, that's very funny. It's like, no, that's sand, mate. And that's how I feel about most memes. You are not banned, Alex. Hello, Alex. Did I really give him a whole... Was he really at it for a whole hour? I wasn't paying that much attention to the YouTube chat, I'll be honest. Can we make joke glass? Okay, so is joke glass just like sugar glass? Maybe not out of sand. Like the stuff that they use for practical effects. Anyways, you're missing all the fun by not reading YouTube chat, it seems. It's almost like Twitch chat is a group of seasoned individuals who have been through the great filters of me stripping out the annoying ones for years. Whereas, you know, I never found H3H3 funny, so no. I'm good, actually. Anyway. I shall read this artifact. Katten, the glassmaker, has created Onshin, a green glass weapon rack, and offers it to the Hot Sparks. Well, that's going to the mayor, I think. This is a green glass weapon rack. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of giant honey badger leather, coffee wood, and is adorned with hanging rings of green glass and menaces with spikes of green glass, brown recluse spider silk, and precious fire opal. On the item is an image of Gmur sunk-weighted, the giant tiger, in fire opal. The giant tiger is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the giant tiger. Wait, what? Wait, no, never mind. Those are dwarves. To the giant tiger, to the settling of the giant tiger in the forests of speech in 36. On the item is an image of the rounded cave spider silk cap in gold opal, image wad, which is a artifact from a previous fort. On the item is an image of dwarves in giant honey badger leather. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of FireOrb by the Hot Sparks in the still mirrors in the early spring of 311. And I'm gonna go over here to the mayor's office. Place a table, because I made a bronze table. And also, do I have a chair? No, I don't. Okay, well, I'll have to make chairs. And then go over here to this and that. Boom. Done. Nice. Yeah, the DF hack trade menu has more filter options. I think the fact of the matter is the way people on Twitch find streams is a system that allows for very tight-knit communities to form, whereas because YouTube is built purely on recommendations, people on YouTube often have higher demands and lower tolerances for the existence of community. Of course, community can build on YouTube. However, if a community has a particular style or a fashion of like going through the process of like streams happening, newcomers are less likely to take time and go, okay, this is how this community works. And that's about it. I have no idea even what you're talking about, deep sea fishing. Basically, there is a lot of people who watch streams on YouTube who want the streamer to do exactly what they are looking for and also want the streamer to jerk them off. And if you aren't caressing their nuts as the streamer, then they get really mad at you. Thanks for the $10, Vanori. And I don't do that for anybody. I'll kick you in them first.
Crypt beer.
Which turns some people off and makes some people real mad at me. But like, I'm sorry. I want my space to be pleasant. And if you're not being pleasant, go away. I ain't gonna caress nothing. No, Cashmere. Unless you give me a right amount of money. But no. Never. I wouldn't dare. Now I came in here to make chairs. Make wooden chair. Let's do... I don't know. Cashew. Wood chairs. 15 of them. Macadamia or pistachio? Walnuts. Well, rather, that's where your nuts will be if you cause problems by the end of it. Nailed to a wall. Meanwhile, somebody on YouTube, well, I tuned in at a weird time. It's fine, don't worry about it. Also, the funny thing about people calling me clickbait, regardless of if it's true or not, if I was a clickbait artist, I'm a really bad clickbait artist. Because if I was good at clickbait, I'd get a lot more views. Just in general. How you doing, Fog? School of Hard Nuts. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that, Killjoy. Staple of foreskin to a dog leash and throw something for the dog to hunt. Because then I would need a dog. Also, I feel like that would just rip off in like 99% of cases. Speaking of weird times to join, that would be a weird time to join. Talking about stapling foreskins to things. Waiting HR stuff and contracts? Well, don't get fired. Whenever people say they're waiting for anything from HR, I get worried. Back to gelding? Sure. Well, more circumcision, but very weird interpretation of Tchaikovsky's Nutcracker, yes. A very weird interpretation. Okay, so that's the mayor's office, and this is going to be the mayor's dining room. You're technically unemployed, ATM, but your previous fixed-term role concluded, so travel and freelance for a bit? Gotcha. Well, at least you have that flexibility. Mayor has to cross the hall and interact with peasants to be able to get a bite to eat. I don't see this as a bad thing. What is the mayor if not a slightly above average peasant? Elfie missed all the fun in the YouTube chat, I think. You're surprised unhappy dwarves leaving on their own was never implemented? I'm happy it wasn't. It's the Robot Chicken Star Wars Palpatine escalator scene. You know, you could probably remake that whole sequence in Dwarf Fortress pretty effectively. What's up, Arende? How are you? You seem much excited. What's the occasion? All right, there's the mayor's office. And let's go place some cabinets. And one of these is the mayor's office. I actually can't remember which one. The occasion is DF streaming. Ah, okay. Well, gotcha. There's going to be a lot of DF streams this week with the hot potatoes, so hope you're looking forward to it. And Arende would like a dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like, Arende? Hot potato starts on Friday. Yes, there is in fact a hot potato this week. The Dwarf Fortress hot potato. We got Quill 18, which is something I'm very excited about. We also got Nookrium and Das Tactic and a lot of classic Dwarf Fortress people, which I'm very excited about. It's gonna be kind of neat. Craftsdorf as usual. We have a lot of glass makers if you'd like to be a glass maker. Male and bald. Well, how that? Did that work? I have DF hack. It's right here. And yes, it's intentional. I will be my mind will be boggled for all eternity as to why everybody is so militantly interested in whether or not I use DF hack and what I use it for. I literally, the only feature I've used from DF hack for the last couple of weeks is autosave, is quick save. It's literally it. I don't use it for anything else. Because I think the vast majority of the features that it has are unnecessary and bloatware at worst. Or unnecessary at best and bloatware at worst. I've never felt the need to use it in normal gameplay. He is very comfortable around others that are different from himself, and he does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive sentiments. He does not often feel lustful, has a noticeable lack of perseverance, tends to be passive in discussions, and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, is pleased by his own appearance and talents, is quick to anger, and occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand, bites his nails when he's annoyed and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of mastering a skill, and personally doesn't particularly value loyalty. He likes borax and bronze and aquamarine and the color tan, shields and menacing spikes and geese for their formation flying, giant pond turtles for their shells, in the words of the Lork of cavorting. Cavorting. Is that a word? Lork of cavorting. I don't know what that word is. And the sight of the luxury of trading him, Impossible prefers to consume alpaca cheese and radish wine, and absolutely hates snails. I wonder what radish wine tastes like. Nose is sharply hooked, apparently. And I need to finish making that temple. Found a dog that's dead. That's unfortunate. And the dwarves have arrived to trade. Hello, Cog. Let's just get this zone set up. Cavorting? Yeah, I don't know. Cavorting is similar to frolicking. Oh, all right. The more you know. So this is for the god Nish, which is the god of wealth and trade, which is a shame because they should be worshipping the god of volcanoes, but which is this one, which also has 10 worshippers, although is there a religion formed around that god that has worshippers? There is one, the Order of Glowing. More people follow a religion to the god of murder than the god of volcanoes. All right, well, anyway, South Crete it is. The Cathedral of Wheels. Okay. Ooh, another thing I can make out of metals is coins. Because I am importing metal. I'm just only going to use it for non-weapons. Which also gives me an idea of, like, the desire to import more, like, artsy metals. Got a religion called the Church of Melting, dedicated to the gods of metals, volcano, and fire. That's a pretty good one. That's a lot of bolts. Let's say... Well, I can sell the one totem. So I have a singular totem. And you know, honestly, probably just bring some gems in. Because I don't really have anything else. We'll just bring in, like, a handful of precious fire opals. Easy enough. It does seem pretty accurate, yeah. Volcanoes tend to have a very, very, very high concentration of obsidian. It's got nothing to do with custom world gen. Apparently this map also has brown recluse spiders, so we're getting silk just from the surface, which is kind of neat. Let's just collect some webs as well. Apparently we're out of webs, so I can't. Never mind. And then that's llama wool yarn, so let's go over here. Weave yarn into cloth. You here will bring the broker over. You love how the 20-ounce mugs have bigger handles, making them mug, but bigger. Yeah, I like that the 15-ounce mugs have, like, a different shape to them, but the handles are the same size, and then the 20 ounces are just bigger in general. Outside is literally Australia? Wait, how so? Okay, so because I didn't import anything last year, my options of what I can buy from them are pretty limited. So I think we'll buy the food stuff. Well, at the very least, the meat and the fish. And I will buy... I want to buy that steel corkscrew. But we'll buy cheese. Sell a couple of these gems. Buy the scroll. We'll buy that book. And buy one of these. One of these. Yeah, okay, thanks for the $1. And one of these. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, never mind. Can't fully get one of these. But what I can do is I can buy individual pieces of cloth. That'll work. We've done the trading. We can do diplomacy. So I'm going to go into stones, and I'm going to import coal, I think. Because coal will allow us to make clear glass without having to burn wood. Let's scroll down through here. Oh, coal. Right there. They want large gems and meat. Okay. I mean, I could buy it and use it as a corkscrew, and I can buy it and melt it and make it into other things. What I'm not allowed to do is use metal as weapons, and there is no metal on the map. So if there are metal weapons, I'm just not allowed to use them. It's that simple. Do note that I haven't said anything about armor, but basically it's just I'm not going to use melee metal squads with metal weapons. What it actually means is I'm probably just going to use lava for the majority of my defenses. We're probably going to end up scorching the surface at some point, if I had to bet, as well. I also need more bags currently, because I keep getting job cancellations for bags. So we're just going to go to the kitchen menu. And I'm just going to go to seeds. I'm, I think, just going to cook literally everything. That seems like a awfully ineffective squad idea. Agreed. How about Mark's dwarves with only bone bolts? Okay. I mean, you say sumo dwarves, I say dead dwarves, but I mean, it's not even a matter of differing opinion. It's just like, yeah, that's how you make a lot of your dwarves die. That seems like a pretty unwise plan. For what does the corkscrew do? Corkscrews are a trap component and can be used in weapon traps, or they're part of pumps. Wiki says ash. Says wood into ash into potash into clear glass. I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong actually, but I'm pretty sure that you can use, that you also need coal to make clear glass, but I could be wrong. Certainly possible. Well, we're still making them rock blocks, so that's good. There we go. So we get our priest, the holy pearl. We'll give it to Kel, the glassmaker. And long-term residents only. And there we go. That's working again. Just as we needed it. Okay. It allows visitors, and I don't want visitors. So basically people who worship that religion from outside of the fort can come and visit. which can have positive effects and negative effects, and I don't really want visitors right now. Because this is a pretty brutal untamed wilds biome, and I don't really value the idea of intentionally making the playing outside more difficult by having visitors around. I could either die or, you know, get into fights with the creatures. So we have to be careful. I'm just being kind of cautious right now with this fort. Okay. Let's slowly move back underground. And go over to here. And I'm going to make this into a archery field. Man, not quite enough green blocks. I really want to use obsidian for the whole thing. Okay, we'll wait. Oh, no, absolutely. You can make wrestlers work, but they stated specifically only a loincloth. So, yeah, no. that is a very good way for a dwarf to just run in and die. I mean, they might get a few funny hits in first, but it would take a lot of training and would be very ineffective when you actually need them. Resources are limited? Yeah, so must be used intelligently. That's the thing. Thus they must be used intelligently. And if you're all like, use the resources unintelligently because they're limited, that would make them more limited then, no? Yep. Generally, if you lose a limb, they usually also lose their life shortly after while it's in combat. I mean, if there was never going to be a big combat situation, then okay, but... Basically, the way I like to describe these kinds of discussions when they happen about very, very, very bad ideas for strategies, is, okay, that sounds like an awesome idea. If you can make it work, let me know, and send me video evidence of your dwarves not dying while being completely naked in an army of goblins, and get back to me on that. Let me know how that goes. There should just be wood and sand for clear glass? All right, well, I'm still importing coal. Oh, I know exactly how it'll go, which is why I'm not doing it. We've got another migrant wave. And then this is right here. We're gonna get this squad going. I don't think they have much in the way of actual materials to train. So, this can be an ammo stockpile right here. Although I'm gonna go into it and be like, yo, idiots, just bolts, please. That's all. Although, it's gonna be really hard for me to keep them from using metal bolts. So I'll just sell them when I get them. Metal bolts, that is. I think we're actually about to hit the population cap, because I don't think I've changed it.
I am the guy from YouTube that ranted about the title. I came here to apologize for my actions. I like your content and shouldn't have done that.
All right, apology accepted. I don't know how to unban you on YouTube, so you get to stay banned on YouTube forever. Actual fact, I don't. But like the thing that you need to realize is if you show up and just start cursing at somebody, get fucked. And that's the response you're gonna get. Like, if that is the kind of energy you put forward, that's all anybody will know you for and remember you for. And you will not be thought of very highly ever in any group, around anybody. But thank you for the apology. No, you're banned. You're shadow banned. On my entire YouTube channel. Permanently. So, yes. You are banned. XD. Lol.
Bring out your dead!
And I'm sorry that I use titles that a platform makes me use. You absolutely did deserve it, yes. And I appreciate the redemption and the apology, but you're kind of making it go back in the bad direction. With all of these lulls and XDs. Because it makes what seems like a sincere apology go from being sincere into being the opposite. So, be a mature human being and be treated as such. Act like a child and be treated as such. You're pretty good at the latter. Prove to us that you're good at continuing to improve. Also, that diamond, which is why I'm saying you gotta be careful. Because what you are doing is, in fact, a ban evasion. All right. You've already shown your true colors, and thus I have zero trust in you. Ever. Get the bong stick? Do you know what a bong is, Diamond? You mean bonk with a K? I mean, I'd love to get the bong stick, but... Okay, so we're going to add a uniform, and we're going to just call this crossbow. It's going to be leather armor. Leather caps, probably. Leggings made of leather. We'll say gloves. Low boots made of leather. Shields and bucklers, and crossbows. Forgot glove leather? I mean, there's no non-leather gloves, so I don't need to tell them that they need to be leather. It's fine. And now it's time to start making stuff. It's time to make Boyer shops. A shop that I almost never use. I'm not even sure what you're referencing. Well, I mean, Jeopardy, probably, but... Instead, I will simply reference something else that I do know, which is, no, it'll be a Leatherface Fortress. Thank you very much. And let's grab, not the soap makers. Boyer. There you are. And wooden crossbows. I'll make 10 of them. Let's make them out of citron wood. They'll have a very slight lemon fresh smell to them. You know, Diamond, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes your typos, like, very, very much amuse me. Mr. Clean sends his regards. There you go. Citron fresh. The sweet smells of citron freshness. All right, so tables. Let's just make 5 tables, and we'll make them out of obsidian. Although I do need to move these, because it appears that most of the stone is now over here. Like all metals and stones as flooring palette for color reference. Oh no, go nuts. I've seen various versions of that over the years. And also I need to make rock doors. Could start making glass portals, but eh. We just sit here and slowly wait for all this stuff to get, you know, made. Still working on those glass boxes. And bloxes. You're tired? Yeah, that was me for the past few days. My energy's a bit better today. Turns out, like, when you get sick for a while, you kind of lose a lot of your energy for a good chunk of time, which I certainly did. But it's good to kind of feel like I'm back mostly, at least for today. We'll see. Because after yesterday, I was like, man, I really, really hope I have more energy in the next day, and I appear to have so far. So yay for that. This construction is tough because of the agitation, but basically I'm just trying to make a square, and then once it's square-shaped and all the edges are squared off, then I can round it slightly and we can jump up on top and start building up. How this is going to work. It's a glass box like a fish tank. A glass box is like a chest or a coffer. It's the containers that go in bedrooms, are boxes. I'm pretty sure it's like terrariums or fish tanks. Yeah. Green glass terrarium. I can make 10 of them. We can just throw them on pedestals. Speaking of, I should actually make cages. I should actually make cages. Because cages are, well, our main defense currently against agitation. I'm not sure. I'll be honest with you, that all the catching live fish and like catching vermin mechanics are the area of the game that I know the least about because I have done it maybe once or twice, ever. Terrariums are in fact like are sort of like cages, but not exactly like cages. Okay, there we go. Now I need leather. Really sucks to be low energy, being a couple days with a weird hypoglycemics or are tanking your energy. Well, there you go. Yeah, no, it'll happen. Like, I kind of wanted to make some more content last night, like try and get another video together after like streaming for 10 hours, but yeah, it didn't happen. But let's go into here. Okay, so I need some tanned hides. That's what I need. Do I have livestock I can eat? That is the question. I mean... Not really. It's kind of a problem. I also don't really want to assign my dwarves to just go hunting, because that would be a really good way for my dwarves to, you know, cease living. Oh, wow. These need to be assigned as bedrooms. And they never were. What's that? Doors first, though. There's been some ideas thrown around, but nothing in the immediate future when it comes to hikes. Turns out I was really busy for a few weeks and then got sick, so it's been a little bit since that's been something I've actively thought about. Also, we're in that awkward between period where it's like not quite nice enough to, you know, go camping, really, but it's also for summer weather, because here we just have super intermittent rain, so kind of just holding off on the camping for a little bit. We're in the between season right now, I think, for that kind of activity. And a lot of the maintained trails aren't officially open for things like backpacking just yet. It doesn't matter, Stefan Roots. The only one bringing things up repeatedly is you. So if you want to improve, shut up. Otherwise, keep bringing it up. And then my opinion of you will drop. Period. I already don't like you. I wish you would leave. But it is what it is. Constantly bringing up the time that you were an asshole is the fastest way to cease speaking ever. You apologized. Noted. Now shut up. Prove that you're a better person. It's that simple. You can highlight across multiple rooms, and it will prompt if you want to make it more than one room. Only if you have it set to multi, and not every room type has the option to be a multi-room. See? Multi, paint. Yeah, what Deep Sea said. Yeah, it's a great feature. It's one of the best features of this version, in my opinion. And then this can be a dining room. Which is currently not enclosed, so I can't use the drag option. There we go. This dining room is going to be given to the mayor. Export of shields is prohibited. Oh boy. I'm going to go to standing orders, sieges, and forbidding. Forbid used ammunition during sieges. Name those back. Let's get more of these boxes in here. Well, as somebody with OCD, I disagree, Gondor. Sorry it affects you like that. And hello, Amber. Dragoon. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. And Arende has been possessed to go do crafts dwarf things. I wonder what shop they're gonna go claim. Magma glass furnace. If every single room looks the same, it just feels false and manufactured to me and doesn't feel even remotely real. So, you know. Cloth thread, raw green, gem shining, bars metal. Ah, that's what you want. You want metal bars. Okay. To melt something down. But I don't think I have much that I can. Guess I can melt down a battle axe. Not entirely sure if that'll even give me a bar. But just remember that OCD makes you do things the way you do things, and you don't know why you do things. It just does things the way you make it do. So I place an idea that what if instead of doing the things the way that you do them and no other way, you take a break and try to force something different. Because I have things the way that I do them, and I do them the way that I do them, and I couldn't give you a logical reason for the way that I do them. I just know that I do them that way. Not saying that what I do is correct or incorrect, but what I can tell you is possible to shift the way that you do things. And so if something in my stream is triggering your OCD, I apologize. But also, my OCD makes it impossible for me to give a shit about your feelings, so I don't care. Learn to see the beauty in asymmetry, damn it. I mean, I'm not even remotely offended, but I also don't give a shit, one way or another. Why do you keep saying L, King Neokai? I ain't taking losses. Maybe you is, but I ain't. What was the thing I was looking for in here? Axes, that's what I was looking for. Stop it. Don't actually melt down that battle axe. We're gonna melt down these tables instead. Oh no, freeways. So sorry. It turns out the majority of people who complain about their OCD don't actually have OCD. It's something I've found over the years of being in this industry. Which I think is a little weird. It's like, why complain about something that you don't even suffer from? Like, it sucks for some people. So you never really know how to respond when people are just like, oh, it's my OCD, because it's like, well, are you bullshitting, or do you actually have OCD? I feel like most people are just saying it because of the meme. What I think is crappy. Remember if the devs told us they would make us the option to build staircases like in the pre-release? Nope. No, they have not. Right now, if you try to build a staircase when there's a roof above, you are stopped. You are stopped like there's no space available. You can, in fact, make staircases through a roof above. I've done it many times. My OCD requires me to check every single drawer before I leave the apartment for my keys, even if my keys are already in my pocket, and I know that. I will do it anyways. I checked my drawers for the sake of checking my drawers at a point. There you go. Welcome back with the hat. Good to have you back, Freeways. But 39th month! It's a goddamn long time, dude. I'm in an ad break now. Camera died? Boo. Fine, it's during an ad break. Perfect timing for technical. Okay, well, that's a slight improvement. I think I need to swap the battery out of my camera. Yeah, I'm gonna swap the battery. Give me a second. Because there's nothing logical or common sense about OCD, right? And people who think there is, that's all it is, probably don't actually have OCD. Because it is not logical, it's not pleasant, and it's not just good habits. It's not what that is. Right? OCD tells me that if I don't do things in a certain way, my family's going to die. Or I'm going to die. Something horrible is going to happen to me. And if I don't do this mundane task in a specific order, there we go, then I'm going to die. It's obsessive compulsive. There's nothing positive. Like, can it manifest in the format of good habits? Oh, absolutely. Totally. But there's nothing pleasant or common sense about it. It is an illogical impulse to do a thing because you are scared you're going to get hurt if you don't. You always end up losing all of yours in some way or another? Are you, like, making pigtail thread? Are you brewing pigtails? Because you'll have plenty if you are doing those things. Okay. Well, that wasn't the thing you needed, so what do you need then? I mean, you do still need bars metal, gems shining too, rough color. I am cutting gems, so there are rough gems on the map. Cloth thread, gems shining. Do I have plant wool cloth? I do. Okay. Raw green glass. Oh, maybe we need more raw green glass. Okay, yeah, we need. Let's try making 10 more. Raw green glass. After that, I'm not too sure. I would assume that it's probably something to do with cloth. That or that bar, which is no longer there. Wait, did you grab bars? No, you didn't. It is not even a remotely similar material. There's no superiority to it. Okay, yeah, that's all it was. Is he wanted another piece of raw green glass? They're completely different materials. I mean, glass has more in common with stone in what it's used for. But no, they're completely different in the style of materials they are. Where does that question even come from? Is it somehow superior to metal? If you're asking about like the theme of this fort, it's a theme for the fort. We're not using metals to make things different, right? That's all it really is. There's no more real thought that needs to go into it than that. It's different. You go into a fortress with interesting limitations, then you are going to have a different outcome. You're going to build things differently. You're going to keep things fun. It is not superior in any way, and I will just maintain that stance. They're just different materials with different uses. Different than you, yeah, very much so. About the no metal in the title, there's no metal on this map. This map has no metal. You know, I thought that when I made the title of the stream today, it would be very clear and people would understand what was happening. It appears to just be confusing people. Like people's brains just short circuit when they read no metal in Dwarf Fortress. It's kind of funny to me. Like in most video games, people would understand. Oh, yeah, okay, you're settling somewhere with no metal. Makes sense. Of course there's beardy glass makers. Which one would you like? We have plenty. You're a vet? Those don't exist. My animals still run around bleeding every day. Also, apparently I have a hunter. That doesn't seem safe. Minkot? There you are. Travanoid. No electric guitars or blast beats. Definitely not. It's this is Tiny Desk DF edition. Speaking of Tiny Desk, I really hope that the Boston Typewriter Orchestra, I think that's what they're called, get onto NPR Tiny Desk. Doesn't often stick with things, even if minor difficulties arise. It prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, tends to hang on to grievances, and acts with compassion. Has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and tends to be passive in discussions. Tries to keep his things orderly, and doesn't seek out excitement. Devil Dawn, thanks for the first 5-pack of gift subs. Holy shit, dude. Doesn't often seek out excitement. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He is quite ambitious, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He lives a fast-paced life, and he has a greedy streak. He clicks his tongue when he's annoyed, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless. And he likes olivine and electrum and blue, diamond and hemp fabric and bucklers and anvils and giant bark scorpions for their pinchers. And the sight of the giant peregrine, and the sight of the umber skirt, and when possible prefers to consume giant peregrine and single grain wheat beer, and absolutely hates hamsters. And is currently thirsty, apparently. Is married to Toulon, one of my boyars, and is a member of the East Sect. Lanix would like you to post beers, chat. How you doing, Lanix? Hope you're doing well. And meanwhile, Arende over here has created a green glass animal trap and offers it to the Hot Sparks. Only to the hottest of sparks. This is a green glass animal trap. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with brilliant cut precious fire opals. This object is adorned with hanging rings of green glass, menaces with spikes of green glass and copper and precious fire opal and llama wool. On the item is an image of a 5-pointed star in green glass. On the item is an image of the suffering of jail, the iron stick, the brown recluse spider in the iron stick in brown recluse spider silk. There we go. On the item is an image of Stormwolf, boat tails, the dwarf, and a green glass window in precious fire opal. The artwork relates to the masterful green glass window by the dwarf Stormwolf in the Hot Sparks and FireOrb in the late autumn of 312. On the item is an image of a dwarf and alpaca wool. That's a very complicated trap. Rock pedestal. And we're gonna place 2 altars in there just so that they're symmetrical for the Twitch chat. Actually, you know what? Actually, I don't like the way that looks. Instead of that, I'm going to go up here. We're gonna place 1 there, and I'm gonna place 1 there. We'll do that. I mean, it's an artifact's description, that's for sure. We also have 2 artifact, like, glass beds, which I'm still not sure what to do with. And this one looks like it's mint flavored because of the white blankets. Jump on them? Probably shatter them. God, the day this cough is gone is going to be a very happy day for me. Prince Rupert. So I'm not sure who Prince Rupert is, but apparently, the suited giraffe would like to give a dwarf to Prince Rupert. Chat, do I give a dwarf to Prince Rupert? Yes or no? What do you think, chat? This is up to you. You guys can say yes or no to whether or not Prince Rupert gets a dwarf. They do look nice, Rockcat, don't they? I don't understand the reference that you guys are all making, so I will smile and nod. I wonder... Chat, do you guys think that walking this way is a good entryway for bedrooms? Well, while there is some naysayers, the answer appears to be yes. Happy to help, Spork of Death. Nope. Mark's dwarves can't friendly fire. You'll remember this betrayal, naysayers? I think it's healthy. The fact that there is beginning to be some dissonance amongst the yeses and nos. Your sleep schedule doesn't thank you as much, though? Well, I'm sure you've had some sleep. Chat, what kind of dwarf does Prince Rupert get? You could just give him a happy glassmaker. Like this? Does that work? Prince Rupert's glass is a very weird glass object. It's extremely strong unless you slightly break it and then it explodes. Bone bolts is what we're using. Prince Rupert is stingy with resources on projects, refuses to expend any extra effort, does not find most jokes humorous, is somewhat scatterbrained, can be very happy and optimistic, and does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He can handle stress, he licks his lips when he's nervous, and he touches others during conversations when he's excited, and he gets canceled on Twitter. He personally sees competition as reasonably important, and he dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes Dolomite and lay pewter and cinnamon and glossier and bitter orange wood and clear glass. The color dark tan, bolts, trousers, earrings, and parakeet men for their ability to speak. And the words of the pantomime of tweeting, which is why he gets, canceled on Twitter, the words of the pantomime of tweeting and the sight of the golden treasure, and when possible prefers to consume thornback ray, potato wine, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. Welcome to the fort. Welcome to the fort. He also has a wife named Edom, who's also a glassmaker. Many a glass. Many makers of much glass. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do a thing once this is done. We're gonna have to start pumping quite a lot of lava up quite a lot. Let's also check the map and make sure there's no agitation going on. Nope. Some giant wrens. As we also do this. And we also do this. That might actually almost be the corner. Also just deconstruct stuff later. Be careful, chat, and need to be careful in this chat. Learning all these things about glass objects, accidentally becoming a dabbling glassmaker would be unfortunate. Yeah, you certainly don't want that. Let me tell you this though. have actually considered going out and taking a like glass blowing course a couple of times just because it looks like it would be a really fun thing to do.
Glass.
And also, thank you very much for the 16th month. Chaku. Greatly appreciated, man. You would recommend it? Yeah. I mean, it's like my therapist for a while has been trying to get me to go take some non-work related, like, creative course just as some reason to get outside. And it's like, glass blowing is something I think I could do. That'd be fun. But, you know. The one thing that makes me kind of sad about glass blowing is like every time I look into glass blowing courses, they all have like a disclaimer that says, no, you're not allowed to make bongs on site, which is like, come on. It's no fun zone. The hell? How dare you run a glass blowing course and not let me make a smoking apparatus? The fuck? Bong only dog. Yeah, what about dildos? Is a funny concept, actually. The unknown origin story of all glass equipment in the Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Just call it a water pipe instead of a water pie. I was gonna say, I don't know what a water pie is, but I'm here for it, I suppose. All right, well, let's queue up these. Quite happy with how these bedrooms are looking. We're able to keep them looking unique. That's actually like my reasoning for not putting the beds and the furniture in the same order is I live in an apartment, right? And if you live in an apartment for an extended period of time, you learn very quickly that humans all lay their spaces out completely different, and most of them do them terribly. And every single time I walk into a different unit in this building, even one with the same layout as mine, or almost identical layout to mine, even if it's slightly different, I'll be like, wow, this is completely different than my place, right? And I try and replicate that in Dwarf Fortress because I feel like the dwarves probably do that too, right? You know, dwarves probably have some autonomy of the layout of where they live. So why not spend the time to try and make different layouts for different bedrooms? Like at some point I'm going to go across here and all of these bedrooms are going to get a window. Because I think that looks kind of cool. It's like, does it serve any practical purpose? No, not really, but I'm going to do it. Your current fort, you tried to revive a dying civ and doing very well at it, but they literally have one book called We See Distance, is a short story by Kogan. The work has no particular subject, and the writing is depressing and is somewhat showy overall. It's not awful, but not very good either. And, okay. You're starting to reconsider. Why is We See Distance, like, making you reconsider trying to save these dwarves? Have furnished their own rooms. You know, I used to think that way, and then Songs of Six added that mechanic, and I kind of hate it. So, I don't know. It would be neat. I'd be really curious to... Okay, I'll say this. I wouldn't mind a middle ground about dwarves furnishing their own rooms. It's like... I think I still want to place the bed, and I still want to place the cabinet, and I still want to place the chest. But I think it would be really cool if there was other furniture elements that you could make, like decorations, basically. Similar to, like, you know how you can kind of just make crafts. It would be neat if there was like decorations, or like or if they could just engrave their own bedroom, or like if they had some autonomy over it that wasn't, okay, a bed goes here. Because I feel like it would be really annoying if you really needed a bed for a specific location, like let's just say the hospital, and then 15 dwarves just run in and are grabbing your beds faster than you can, like, you know, do that. Because then they would also probably want to upgrade their furniture. And I feel like the result would be kind of like clothing, where they want to upgrade their clothing when new clothing becomes available. So if they could, like, make their own or furnish their own bedrooms, they would probably want to refurnish their bedrooms when nicer stuff appears. So it's like you're trying to furnish a space for a king, and then, like, the gold cabinets that you made with the 3 gold bars you have suddenly immediately get claimed by dwarves, and then you can't place them. Like, that seems... Yeah, and there'd be one dwarf with, like, probably wouldn't hoard beds necessarily, but if the dwarves are given too much freedom on how many pieces of furniture they have, I have a feeling that might be more annoying. Because, like, I know enough about how this game works that there are certain things where it's like, yeah, that would be really cool, but if it worked anything similarly to the way other mechanics in Dwarf Fortress work, that could be really annoying. So I don't know. I think, like, engraving would be really cool. I think it would be neat if they would put, like say if you put a pedestal in their bedroom. It would be really neat if they would put something they made that they like in there, right? So, like, if they make a figurine or something, or a craft, or specifically a craft that they made even, they could, like, go put it there. Like, that would be cool. Or, like, artifacts or something that they claim for themselves. Like, I wish that they had a little bit more autonomy over their bedrooms, but I think them just being able to get their own / upgrade furniture would be a nightmare to actually manage. Just from, like, a mechanics sense. These bedrooms are also big enough I could give them tables and chairs. You know, I wish he would. Travenoid, I really, 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 really wish he would. Although, I don't actually want quilts. I want paintings. No, probably not. Okay, so let's make a crossbows stockpile. Okay. I do still need leather. That's something that I'm gonna have to figure out. What am I planning? For clothing? I mean, I'm not farming. I will do some farming. I mean, currently I've got brown recluse spider silk, which is on the surface, although I did actually disable web collection, I think. Yeah, I did. I'm gonna go back to that. Automatically weaving all thread. And we also have some livestock. We have some alpacas, which... No, I'm just realizing I destroyed the workshop for. I'm also kind of thinking about trying to do some surface farming. You know? I think that could be fun. So I don't know. How to get a lot of leather? Breed a lot of animals. Slaughter them. Or buy it. Yeah, I think I might try and do some surface farming, because I think that would be fun. But currently the priority is literally just finish this surface project up here so that we can go from, you know, the construction of a surface fort area to, and or rather not the construction of a surface fort area, but like so that we can go from the sealing off of this volcano into a like sealed off underground fort, and then we have a quite a bit more flexibility once we have this up here done. So since an ad break is about to pop, I'm gonna go here and I'm going to let's place some green glass. That side's almost done, which is nice. Guess I could go along the bottom here. Well, wait. Once the ads hit. It'd be fun if they could get arrested for it. Well, I mean, there are some dwarves that have the like personality moodlet bench of they would like destroy art whenever given the opportunity. So I think graffiti is like already in their personalities. It's just a matter of like it actually having some mechanical implication. No, the dwarves would just go around graffitiing images of cucumbers on everything. Cucumbers and eggplants. We are in fact halfway there, and we're also living on a prayer. We're halfway there. Living on a prayer. More minor crimes would be neat as long as there were positive thoughts and when the dwarf was arrested. Yeah, I mean, I feel like right now the crimes are pretty intense, right? Like to commit a crime, you basically like dwarf crimes are serious. There are no not serious dwarf crimes, basically, and I think that the result is some very heavy punishments for the crimes, which you know I'm not against heavy punishments for crimes in Dwarf Fortress. I think that the Captain of the Guard is a fun system in the game. But I think it would be nice if there was more slap on the wrist small crimes, you know? Because like sometimes I find that it's kind of hard to train a Captain of the Guard to be good at stuff like interrogating, right? Because there just isn't enough crimes that are, you know, not serious. And a lot of the serious crimes just kind of are so obvious that it's like, well, you know, I think it would be kind of cool if there was like, oh, you know, a dwarf went and stole an item from somebody. Somebody stole somebody's sock out of their cabinet. Which would actually be really fun, because then you could have like a reason to not upkeep clothing, because then dwarves would actually have access to clothing. Like, I think that would be really fun. I don't know. Into some sort of prison architect? I don't know about that. So many people... Chat, I have a question. Do you use the Captain of the Guard and the jail system in Dwarf Fortress? Like, or do you ignore it? I'm just curious, because... in the past, it's been almost a 100% ignore ratio in my chat. But I'm curious about what it is right now. Almost never. Love the jail system. You try to, but usually forget about it. Yeah, that's fair. You use it. Ignore. Yep, always use. Okay, then it certainly seems to be like a higher percentage of people than in the past. Yeah, I don't know. I think that the jail system in Dwarf Fortress is fun, and I like more ways to use it and reasons to use it. Usually meet your downfall before you get criminals in your fort. Fair enough, yeah, according to YouTube chat. But yeah, when crimes are like being convicted in Dwarf Fortress, dwarves that value the law do get really good thoughts. So it is a positive thing for the fortress as a whole. Even if it's bad for the dwarf that gets bonked to death by Cappy, you know? This is what it is. Only when you have an open facility. Yeah, I find that the issue for me with crimes is the interrogation screen is very difficult to use. I think it's one of the harder to use UIs in the game currently. And I think that the search functionality for it makes it better, but it still needs work. And also, because the systems, a lot of them are like half built, until we get the rest of the promised villains features, it's very unrewarding to use it. So, oh yeah, we do have 69 pop. And somebody's getting upset. What are you upset about? You want to pray. You really want to pray. Doesn't help that you have a bunch of gods that you want to worship. Well... How about this? This is a proper religion. Gonna go down a layer. The Anything Goes temple can go underground one layer. And we can see dwarves running around down here. Be fun. Courtroom trials would be awesome to see. I want to see weddings first. Like, I wish that there was more pizzazz to a wedding. Kel has been possessed. The Holy Pearl. Does that religion have a symbol? Religions don't really have symbols in Dwarf Fortress, I don't think. Like, they really don't. Even you use the pointless dungeon master to make sure he lives in luxury in dungeons whenever whatever beasts you catch, you keep chained up nearby. Oh, that's kind of cool. All right, well, you've grabbed 3 raw green. You've got bars metal, a rough color, 2 of them. Blocks and bricks, you got that. Leather skin, oh boy. Okay, well, we got to butcher something. You're in way over your head? Oh, that's fine. Nothing could possibly go wrong. It'll be fine. If you need help, just let us know, Chaz. What's up? I may be a slice of pie. It's been a while. I hope you've been well, dude. Every time you look at the world map, more of your faction's hillocks have been destroyed by goblins. Eventually they will come for you. I mean, it is what it is. It certainly is what it is. Okay, let's go down here. We're going to make a tanner. And we are going to make a butcher. I don't like this kitchen right now. I think I'm going to set these to 25. And 25, because clearly, well, we just don't have enough stuff to harvest. Let's go up there and do some of that harvesting. It will be no match for your lava cannons. Eh? Also, Ches Billiams, thank you very much, very much, seriously, for that subscription, that Prime subscription, and also the follow. Means a lot, mate. Thanks for coming by, and thanks for hanging out. What's my favorite thing to do when making a new fort? Exactly the opposite of what I did the time before. Something very different. Change it up. And Eternia over in the YouTube chat has gifted 10 memberships. So if you're watching on YouTube, check in the YouTube chat, because maybe you just unlocked a new membership. Or you didn't, in which case, snooze, you lose. Maybe better luck next time. But thank you. Means a lot. Bandit Fort would be cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to any changes to the villain system and any additions, because all of those additions seem super neat. So we slowly start moving some artifacts over here. Okay, so now that I've got that and that, I'm going to go over to here, and I'm going to butcher a yak bull, I think is what I'm going to do. Because that'll give us some yak leather. But, I mean, in this fort, we have significantly more interesting drinks than in the last one. In the last one, we basically just had dwarven, like, plump helmet wine for the most of the fort. In this one, we have rye beer, rice beer, pineapple wine, longland beer, whip wine, carambola wine, custard apple cider, and lychee wine and mango wine. It's the good kind of stuff. Made a fort that sold fairies and pixies as an industry. That's kind of neat, actually. Did you, like, put them into snow globes and, like, sell them as novelty items? You know, I kind of want to just sell some green glass boxes. But let's just stick with some crafts. So I didn't get any animals from the elves the last time they came by to trade, because they didn't have any. So I gave them a decent sale, and now I'm hoping that with a little bit of luck, we'll do better on round 2. Okay, here comes that yak. And here we'll make a totem. And decorate with ivory and tooth. And we're going to make bone. Oh, no, amulets. And you right there making yak skin. And let's jump over to that strange moody dwarf. This dwarfy. And see what you go do. There you go. Sweet. What, as like rat catchers? Or just in general? In regards to falcons being better than cats? Because I don't think that they could be more different. Do falcons catch vermin if you have pet falcons? How would I, like, why am I restricted from not doing metal if I'm not doing... Sorry, why does not having metal on the map or using it for weapons, like, equate no military? If you type an exclamation point goal, you can see the details if you want. That should give you the information you need. We're definitely going to have... well, we already have a military. We're just not using metal weapons. All right, there we go. Dwarf doing the thing. Let's see what the elves have brought for us. Well, I'll buy the wood. And they didn't bring any cages. Well, I'm going to buy their cages, all of them. As like a sign that, oi! You skinny dudes, bring us animals next time, okay? Sheesh. Don't need to give you all of these gems. Oh, wow. I literally just need to sell them one gem. Well, that works. They say thank you for your business, and I say thank you for your business. And I need to make a mechanic shop. Let's go down here. Pop a mechanic in there. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've ever gone out of my way to get falcons. What? Okay, let's do it that way. So, we've got mechanisms coming in. We've got cages now, which means we can make animal traps. Be slightly more protected against the potential massive onslaught of honey badgers or whatever the fuck.
This is madness!
Madness? Yeet. No. Green glass veil. Or vial, not veil. Why is everybody just like, how about this? How about that? Read the thing. The thing is the thing. It says the thing. Sheesh. Everybody's just like, no metal on map. No metal on map. What about this? Read the thing. Simple. The thing. That's it. It's it. Just... Sheesh. How you doing, Hobo? It's good to see you. Basically, what I'm trying to tell you is in this house, if you come in and you put on Sabaton, I might have to punch you. Because no metal. Damn it. You know, in the current year, you could actually, you know, for years I used to always use the running joke, Vaka, that, well, I mean, if you have the ability to read and type in Twitch chat, you have the ability to play Dwarf Fortress. But I guess you do make a valid point that in the current year, people could just be using, like, voice to text and then, like, using text to speech to listen. So, yeah, you don't need to be literate to watch Twitch. Although I would love to see most text-to-speech bots read most busy Twitch chats because that would be very funny. No metal, just alternative rock. We're a white stripes household here, okay? Because who doesn't want a girl with a short skirt and a long jacket? Let's say if it's less than 15, make 10. And we'll check it daily. Strange thing to ask for. Yes. Into God. And since you can, give like ungodly large amounts of information to companies making horrible products, theoretically you could make something that sounds somewhat like you as well. But why in the fuck would you want to do that? Which is like, whenever stuff like, oh, you can train AIs to just like sound like you. It's like, yeah, sure, but why? Why? Why would anybody do that? It's like, yeah, you could, of course, train an AI to do whatever you want it to do. But like, that would be stupid. So why would you do that? That doesn't make it like a smart thing to do with your time. Just because it runs locally doesn't mean it's a smart thing to do with your time. Or a good product, for that matter. Or even decent software. The day that this fad dies, like NFTs did, will be a very, very, very good day. And I look forward to it. Even how terrible it would be? I mean, glass armor would be awful. Oh, there's multiple markets. It's just like, what was the biggest use for a lot of crypto stuff? Well, scam artists. Okay. What is the biggest use for a lot of AI stuff? Scam artists and porn? Got it. Well, at least it's slightly more legitimate than crypto and NFT tends to be. But like, still a terrible industry that really isn't benefiting anybody, aside from costing people jobs. It's also really funny seeing people try to defend the teenage engineering rabbit. That thing is just... Ugh. Because the electricity bill isn't going to be supported forever by venture capital? Hopefully venture capital comes to their senses sooner rather than later, but they're not a smart group of people, so I have my doubts. What's funny is a lot of cases that I've heard of people in tech losing jobs because of AI. The result is they end up getting their jobs back in 6 months because the AI did such a bad job. That's happened in a couple of places already. Well, it's horrible at almost everything it does because it's not actually AI, right? Your vendor introduced AI. You're looking forward to fixing mistakes customers do when relying on AI. Totally. I mean, like, I use Adobe, right, to edit my videos. So the subtitles I use are all generated, right? And that's great. It's a nice little tool. But a lot of the things that they claim AI could be capable of doing, sure, it could be capable of doing it. The reality is, it's not. So people are still your better option. Just because it could be better at it doesn't mean the tech's there yet. And that's all that I ever see with this technology fad, is just people talking about what it could do, not what it can do, right? Like, if all the conversation was, hey, this AI stuff is really, really good at spell check, which it is. Great. As a requirement which will never happen, so developers are, such as a requirement that will never happen, so developers are safe. I don't know. I worry about Microsoft right now, and I'm going to talk about Microsoft in the context of games, because Microsoft wanted to be a services company, right? And Microsoft goes through these weird, like, fits and starts. They wanted to be a service company, so they invested very heavily on making services, right? They basically turned the Xbox business into a services business, being Game Pass, right? Which is a decent deal, and a lot of people really like it. However, then they just turn around and lay off, like, close a bunch of studios. And it's like, okay, so what is the game plan going forward? Are we still a services company? Because if you're still a services company, congratulations, you just like shot a lot of your potential services in the foot by simply getting rid of a bunch of studios. You still need those studios to keep your services up and running, so what are you planning to replace that with? And that concerns me. And I hear stupid. Thanks for gifting 3 months of a tier 1 subscription to int 123_T. Enjoy 3 months of ad-free viewing and subscription and emotes. Thank you, I hear stupid. I mean, large language models are fine. The problem with large language models is not them existing. They're allowed to exist. The problem with them is what people think they're useful for. If you use it as like a weird software oddity that can maybe answer a question, that's fine, right? It's not people using them that bothers me. What bothers me is what big business thinks they're capable of. That's what bothers me. Because they hallucinate constantly, give bad information. Will they get better with time? Certainly. Are they expensive to run? Uh-huh. So it's not the existence of LLMs that bothers me, it's what people think they're capable of. Certainly, like they absolutely have their uses, but it's a tool like anything else, right? But a wrench doesn't build a car. You need to build the car with the wrench, right? So until they can teach them how to actually be useful, then they'll continue being what they are, which is weird chatbots. To see if we can talk to God. I mean, at that point, you might as well just, like, give them to, like, every single Star Wars novel ever written and see if we can use the Force. It's just very overhyped? Yeah. And also, it's literally just making the customer service world worse. Like, I can't believe I have to explain this, but, like, FedEx is just getting harder to communicate with as a company because of their over-reliance on chatbots. Like, try calling FedEx and locating a package if you don't have a tracking number. Good luck. Just good luck. These rooms are upside down? No, they're not. You're upside down. Flip your head over. It's like, have I broken the pattern? Yes. But that doesn't make them upside down. Just because I've inverted the pattern doesn't mean that they're upside down now. And see, I think that that's a bad thing, only rafts, but okay. It's good to hear that it's helping you. Problem is CEOs are more or less likely to legally obligated to maximize quarterly profits, which encourages them to drive business products into the ground and make a cheap dollar. Yeah, no, absolutely. Totally. Basically, capitalism ruins things. And to all the people in the YouTube comment sections that I have that keep calling me insert curse word here, commie, well, turns out people don't understand the nuances of legalese when it comes to business. You know, profit needs to exist, certainly, in order for business to exist. However, the business needs to continue existing. Capitalists are bad at capitalism? I would say people on the internet are dumb. Because there's a lot of dumb people in the world, and a lot of them are on the internet. Myself included. I am very dumb in a lot of ways. Apparently somebody is, like, cursing and throwing stuff at the side of the neighboring building. What the fuck? Hold on. Yes, they are, in fact. Neighbor didn't get all the items they needed to make their artifact. I guess they didn't get all the items they needed to get their heroin for today, actually, but... I'm gonna have to move my tomatoes pretty soon. Well, I doubt they're actually my neighbor. The neighbor probably is the one that sells them their heroin. Oops. I hit cancel. That's not what I wanted to do. All right, whatever. Do this and this. Weed or tomato? I don't grow weed. So tomato. Weed is too much of a pain in the ass to grow. And you don't actually get much out of it. Like everybody always thinks like I assume I grow weed because I smoke weed and also garden, but no. Because I garden, I will not grow weed because I know how hard it is to grow weed. And let's go here. Get you done. There we go. We're almost caught up with bedrooms, which is good. I think it's just because weed isn't legal in a lot of places. A lot of people are fascinated with the idea of growing weed. Do I plan for this fort? I have no idea. I don't plan such things. Exactly as many as I need. You seem to think I plan things a lot more than I do. I really don't. Because you've asked me about plans a lot of the time. I don't plan anything. Really. I have an idea of an outcome, but that's about it. We spent a month cultivating and cloning a plant only to discover it was male. Yep. Why would you make your bedrooms smaller? YouTube chat member. YouTube chat member think my bedroom are big. Well, you see, here's the thing. You know what's big? Not these bedrooms. These bedrooms are quite small. This map. This map is very large. And it's not even as big as I could possibly make it. You have so much space in Dwarf Fortress. If you're looking at these bedrooms and going, why are they so big? I mean, I found your problem. It's because you haven't realized how much open space you have in a fort. You don't get weed from it. Male weed plants don't have flowers. Because flowers is female plant parts. You're carving 20 square bedrooms right now. Yep. There you go. You make dormitories before you make 2x1 bedrooms? I sometimes make dorms, but usually they're just for visitors. I think that you should set your jobs exactly the way you find the most convenient. I almost never set specific jobs for specific dwarves because you don't need to. But if you enjoy that portion of the gameplay or feel you can make it more efficient, then go nuts. I won't recommend one way or another. I will recommend do it exactly the way you want to because you don't need to. You can. And it's not necessarily going to make it more efficient. I recommend that you do it exactly the way you want to do it, is my advice. Which I realize is kind of a non-answer, but it's what I advise. Your dwarves have only had dormitories for the first 31 years of the fort. Wow. Slave driver over here. You haven't even given them bedrooms yet, gosh. I know you can, like, completely compensate for the negative moods of not having specific bedrooms, but I just feel bad. I don't know. I feel like if I had to live in a dorm for 25 years, I don't know. To hell with that. Seems kind of like hell, if you ask me. Let's just keep going with this obsidian. And this will be enough bedrooms for the rest of the fort, and then I can go back up above ground and work on the top of the volcano. Oh, they're all above Yellowface? Oh yeah, no, you can absolutely keep them happy. Doesn't matter though, because I'd feel bad. Actually, I have a question, because I don't think I've ever done dorms that long. What's their, like, feeling on, like, or rather, where do they put their clothing? Do you just have like very, very fast, high-powered like removal of like disposed clothing? So 31 years feels like 4 years or so? I'm not entirely sure that's how that math works. I mean, humans live for like, what, 80 years? Let's just say. So assuming humans live for about 80 years and dwarves live for like 160, I don't have giant mantises attacking me once a year. So I guess it depends on where you live in the world of dwarf fortresses then. Anyway, these are not big bedrooms, I guess is the moral of the story. These are not even remotely big bedrooms. They're very small bedrooms. Chat, how big do you make your bedrooms? And let's just do these. And then down this side. Boom. Not too many more dwarves. Should be enough for everybody, even the kids. Kodal and Orbam. Even they get their own bedrooms. 20 plus tiles, 3 to 4 minimum. Your prisons are usually fancier. Oh, that's funny. I don't know why I find that so funny, but that is really funny to me. Used to make them 5 by 5, but it was making them so stretched out and taking so long to make that I tried making them 3 by 3 with a downward stairs in the middle. All right. Yeah, I like the downward stairs structure style. I think those can end up looking really neat. All right, so I need to move my tomatoes over to my neighbor's patio. And also, I'm getting hungry. So I think I'm going to let you guys, I don't know, just kind of watch this construction here. Or not construction, but the dwarves running past. I'm going to be gone for maybe about 4 or 5 minutes tops. So if you need to go use the toilet, grab a drink, do something, now's the time to do it. And when I return... Is there an artifact going? Yeah. And when I return, we are going to continue. Can I get a round of beers? Chat amongst yourselves and keep each other entertained. I will BRB.
It's a unit system. I know this.
That's not interesting.
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Primeval's up, you
Oh, dude, fuck yeah, dude. Let's go.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Heal, damn it.
Over here, he has a sword!
Woohoo!
Nuclear vessels.
Bring out your dead!
Nuclear vessels. You fucking donkey! Cheese for everyone!
No, 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 no! No! No!
NANI?!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Okay, I return. Also, good news. Apparently, one of my neighbors called the cops on the guy. What the heck did you miss during lunch? I received a couple DMs from basically my strata chat stating that there was somebody throwing stuff and screaming outside. That's about it. Do I use DF hack? Yes. Oh, God forbid. I'm gone for longer than 5 minutes. I don't really care how long I'm gone for. You don't need to help. full of werebeasts. Werehair. Oh no. That's scary. Spork of Death. Congratulations. You're the 4th person to ask that today, by the way. Nah, we're fine. I've lived in this building for 20 years. It feels like. Not 20 years, 10 years. I've lived in this building for 10 years, and I've never had a problem. It's a city. People act weird sometimes. It is what it is. Let's follow you. And you got looked at like an alien? Well, is what it is. Maybe you just look like an alien. It's probably the giant bug eyes. Okay, stacked cloth, gems. Pictures of glass, stacked leather. Running bars of metal. Well, great. Guess I have to melt more of these tables down. Not that I want to, but I don't have any options. And you, melt metal object. I have to acquire some metal bars soon. This is the 3rd artifact that wants metal. Yeah, they're on a very, 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 very thin line, Walker. They did apologize, though. You want to know why, Spork of Death? It's because the guy who made it developed it for 4 years without releasing it. Literally just made it for himself and never released it anywhere. And then people asked him to release it, and it had already had multiple iterations, had been developed for multiple versions, and had existed for quite some time. And then he released it. So it kind of makes sense when you think about it that way. I'm going to sell these green glass terrariums. That's going to be a large portion of our sales, methinks. Like, it's a mod that's existed since, like, 2015 or something. And it was weird because, like, rumors actually spread about that mod before it was even officially released. So I remember hearing people talk about, you know, there's apparently a, like, a sci-fi mod with mechs that the guy hasn't released. Which is kind of interesting when you think about it like that, because it's like, you know, how many games have mods that just never get released because the creator's just like, nah, whatever. Didn't think anybody wanted to play it. When you lived in the city, was your downstairs neighbor getting raided by the DEA and SWAT? We had that happen once. I've talked about this story before. It was me and my neighbor Don and my neighbor Mike. We were all just sitting outside, and then suddenly, just out of nowhere, like 24 cop cars pull up to the building, and they all get out carrying, like, rifles. And they're just like, excuse me, do you live in this building? We're like, yes. And they're like, please go that way. Like, just go stand like 10 feet that way. And we're like, yeah, no problem. We'll walk away. And so I grab my joint and my beer, and we start walking. And my neighbor realizes he forgot his beer and his smokes. So he literally walks back over, asks this cop, hey, could you pass me my weed and my beer? And she literally, like, swings her rifle onto her back and picks up her, like, the smokes, the joint, the lighter, and the beer and hand it to him. It's the first time in my life I've ever seen a cop hand somebody weed, and it's still funny to me to this day. And what was even better was they were blocking the entrance to the underground parking for the building next door. Not our building, actually, but the building next door. And this lady in an SUV pulls in, pulls over, and gets out and starts screaming at the cops, calling them pigs and stupid for blocking it. And this officer's just standing there with a rifle, and he's like, "Lady, grow up. Come back in 20 minutes. We'll be gone." Literally, he's just like, tells her to grow up. And her response is just to keep cursing at him. And he's like, "Well, you have two options. You can be an adult and go away, or get in the back of my car with handcuffs on. It's your choice." And so she zipped off pretty quick. It was pretty funny. Why your pasture is covered in beer. You know, I've seen this happen before. Like, just beer appearing in places, and I don't know why it happens. Somebody in chat can maybe help. I've only ever seen screenshots of it. I've never actually witnessed it. Is it freezing temperatures on your map? Because I know that, like, freezing temperatures can cause weird situations where alcohol replicates, but... Okay, well, I need to melt some things down. Also gonna buy some of this stuff. But what I'm gonna do... The tin cage. I'm gonna buy that and melt that tin cage down. I think I'm going to buy a meat and fish. And maybe the... Not the training spear. Oh, okay. We'll just buy the copper well, we'll go for the... Oh man, I can't actually afford it. How about this? No, too expensive. Iron pick's probably too expensive. Let's just go with the copper battle axe. We'll see if we can melt it. Okay, so now that we've done that, you are set to melt stuff, so... Use the winter to retrieve all of the logs from your moat? I've learned a long time ago that moats are generally just a bad idea. Like, actually, out of curiosity, chat, do you build moats in Dwarf Fortress? And if so, do you find them useful, or do you do them more for aesthetics? Because if I'm making a moat, it's 99% aesthetics. You rarely get around to filling them. It's probably for the best. You built your first ever today by coincidence? Gotcha. Usually let the mountain be your moat? Yeah. YouTube chat, Thor G says, only if I can pump them out later. That's about the same for me. Yeah. Sometimes I'll do it like as an aesthetic thing if I can easily drain it. You needed a moat because you could not build water wheels. I'm not entirely sure why that means you need a moat, but... Bad experience with drowning and freezing dwarves? Yeah, I would tend to say the same. You made a well and called it a day. I didn't realize the game was paused. Crap. Okay, so these are two of our corners. So I just need to basically finish these two sides up. And then from there, we can actually start figuring out how we're going to build this. A badger just killed a wagon. That poor wagon. It had a future. It had life left. It had a family, potentially. Is that badger going to go to prison for its crimes? I don't know what badger prison looks like, but I'm sure it's not pleasant. You think, yeah. Is the badger going to, or is the badger just going to get stabbed to death for its crimes? You disrupt the river on your embark, will it stop existing downstream as well? No. The only thing that's sad is you. The game certainly could use updates, and it gets them slowly. So, what's there to be sad about? It's just something for the game to improve in the future. My sandwich has been consumed. Excellent. I am now powering back up to closer to full power. So, basically I'm using this as kind of a stencil, because once it's a big square, then I can be like, all right, from here, I can now actually start building the thing. And getting these ramps over here allow us to go on top of it. So, what I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'm going to cut off the corners so that it looks more rounded. But I'm probably just going to go up to here and just build some of these sections off so that we have more construction area, and the actual dome part is going to be more in the middle of the top, if that makes any sense. So I'm just going to kind of give us a little bit more construction space up here. Like 2 tile wide down here. And I can go up top. There. Wait. Dwarf is stuck. No, it is not. You are stuck. And also, don't know what you're talking about. There's a ramp right there. The hell? Nope. The dwarf was never stuck. You just simply don't know what you're talking about. And that's okay. I don't need your assistance. Best defense is still a meat grinder? Not even close. You mean like cart grinders? No, the best defense is lava, poured directly on head. Cart grinders are fine until they're not. Even if you use impulse ramps, they can still be stopped by large creatures. Everybody has their own different defenses that they like building. I think the best defense is one that's both fun to create and also fun to watch defend. Endok, the beekeeper, has created Zostabushust Negefelrodum, a green glass window, and offers it to the hot sparks. That's kind of cool. Which means I can swap one of these windows out with that window. I think combat logs with traps in general are pretty amusing. Have you ever read a combat log of a dwarf getting caught in lava? Because it's very entertaining. Very, very rusty and let a dwarf die from dehydration after removing a ramps. Oh, news! I don't have bards or entertainers. I also don't have a tavern, so I can't assign entertainers. Please select different kind of dwarf, thanks. Or request different kind of dwarf. Because this fortress doesn't have a tavern? Can't do it. Literally impossible. Actually, can I assign those to... Okay, I could make you a one of these kinds of performers. So never mind, not impossible, I lied. But that's fine. I will make you into a competent dancer and musician. Mebzuth. Thanks for the CUD tutorials. They're pretty terrible, but you're welcome. Big Simple has a lot more if you need more of them. Bonesaw tends to think before acting. That's not true. Does not particularly interested in what think others of him, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to mind change, and doesn't tend to hold on to grievance. Is quite uncomfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture and don't look like Bonesaw, and can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. He can handle stress, and I'm gonna stop reading like that. And he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on a project. He randomly bursts into Creed lyrics and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He generally has a greedy streak, and he thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he scratches his nose when he's thinking. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. He dreams of... Okay, that's fitting. He dreams of bringing lasting peace to the world. Sure. He personally believes that the acquisition and power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect. Believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Values honesty, dislikes cooperation, and values self-control. He likes nice, Billin, clear zircon, giant grizzly bear leather, nautilus shell, and cardinals for their coloration, and the sight of the diamond silver, and when possible prefers to consume kangaroo cheese, river spirits, and absolutely hates snails. He's leading a glass-making demonstration. He's bad with words. I like this dwarf. This is a funny dwarf. Good luck, Bonesaw. Go with Armok. Speaking of Armok, this is a green glass window. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with copper and decorated with oval-cut green glass gems and pigtail, and encircled with bands of table-cut precious fire opals. This object is adorned with hanging rings of precious fire opals, and on the item is an image of Image Wad, the round cave spider silk cap in green glass. Big ol' Mountain Dew, thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream? What's up, Taylor? Chat room, can I get a round of beers? Dwarf Fortress it up? We're trying. I prefer to Dwarf Fortress it down because going up when mining down is difficult. You painted. What you painting? But welcome, Raiders. Hi, I'm Greg. I play too much Dwarf Fort. Sometimes chat lets me play other games. Every now and again, I stumble into the worlds of strange, scary games that people look at and go, what is this? It's new. I've never heard of it before. And I go, it's okay. You'll like it. What's up, Biff McRiff? Hi, thing. Hope you do well on this fine day. Bob Ross painting tutorial. Happy little trees. I love the happy little trees. You know, fun fact, I watched Bob Ross live on TV when I was little because my grandma used to make us watch it. And my grandma would say that we had to watch that before we could watch cartoons. And she would tape it. And we thought it was the most boring, least interesting thing on television when we were little kids. And now as an adult, I love it. I'm legally blind. My right eye don't work at all. My left eye barely works. I see through a very small tunnel. It's about the equivalent of looking through a toilet paper tube. So yes, I am in fact he, and also thee. No, it's just the most relaxing thing ever. It's like somewhere between the most relaxing thing ever and Groundhog Day, where it's like, I feel like I've seen this episode before, and I definitely haven't. It's sort of like watching like Kitchen Nightmares for me. Where it's just every episode is like similar enough that it's like, wait, have I seen this one before? Shit. His pet squirrels. Squirrels seem like really terrifying pets to have. I think that you are like confusing Dwarf Fortress with Reddit, Dally Rum Arc, or Twitter. But that makes sense. Common misconception. Squirrels literally are bushy-tailed rats. That's all that they are. Social media in general, ugh. Yes, correct. I mean, I would rather have a pet rat than a pet squirrel. One, because rats have been domesticated. Squirrels haven't. And you shouldn't keep wild animals. And, I don't know. I feel like there's portions of my house I wouldn't want a pet to get to. And less rabies, yeah, also that. And I feel like rats are less likely to be able to get to those places than squirrels. Squirrels, like, you just kind of have to accept that they're going to be on top of your fridge, just like huskies. You know, if you have a pet husky, it's going to be on top of your fridge, and there's nothing you can do about it. You are completely... you have absolutely no control over where that husky decides to go. Neither have/transmit rabies. That doesn't matter. Less rabies. No, raccoons, on the other hand. Literally just go Google husky on fridge. You need a minimum of 2 rats for them to live comfortably. Isn't it the same thing with guinea pigs? Like, guinea pigs live in herds? I'm pretty sure. That depends on the streamer, though. Depends on if the streamer cultivates parasocial interactions. I think it's very possible to run a stream and try and minimize that as much as possible. It's also very much the mature, smart way to run a broadcast. I don't think it's impossible to run a broadcast ethically without, like, forcing/leaning on parasocial tendencies. It's up to the actual channel at that point. But yes, Twitch is also social media. I always like to remind people of that when they're like, I deleted all my social media. I'm like, well, I got bad news for you. You're talking to me on social media right now. That wasn't the button I wanted to hit. That's the button. I've asked Putnam a couple of times and she hasn't gotten back to me. So any Putnam talks planned? Nope. Yes, particular formats of social media I think can be extremely toxic and awful. But they can also be extremely useful, right? For anyone who is getting crushed when entering a Necromancer tower and exiting in adventure mode, breaking your mind now on every tower? Crushed? Are you getting caught in a trap? Like, what do you mean by crushed? You mean just like you die in the Necromancer tower? Because if you're just dying, get good. It's that simple. If you're physically getting crushed, I think you need a better observation skill. Oh, game crashed. Yeah, I don't know. It's a beta. Like, I can't help you. All I can say is report the crash bugs and hope they fix them. I haven't really tried. We're mostly just waiting for this one to be done. Because this one should be done after this one. Can't win all battles? Yep. All right. It begins and also continues. I feel like this left side over here should have a little bit more coverage, so let's go here. And actually, I'm going to erase this top side. Okay. Well, let's do this. So 3, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1. Then we go up one and we start building. Grassy sand. Yep. Have you never seen sand and grass before? Why is there a pile of vomit there? That seems concerning. Someone must have gotten cave adapted. Unfortunate. What's gonna be on top? A roof, basically. As for what is gonna be up there, I don't know. I mean, I don't really have a plan of what to use this for particularly. It's just kind of I am putting a roof on top of this thing, essentially. Okay, so I need to figure out how I'm going to continue this circle. Yeah, that could work. Let's go up to... Let's just run this way. This calls for a tower dedicated to sacrifices to Armok or a wet sauna. Or a wet sauna. I like I like the options there. It's like, well, you could either build like a blood sacrifice tower or a sauna. Might be the most Finnish thing I've read in a while. I don't know if you're actually Finnish, but I hope you are. Okay, so then you go basically to there. I do that off. I think it was off by 1. Yes. So let's go to there. Easy peasy. That's a blood sacrifice tower that's also a sauna. I don't really know how I would build a sauna. Like, genuinely. I feel like it would require small amounts of water being dropped into the volcano. I don't have easy access to alcohol. I mean, I have like hundreds of YouTube tutorials, right? If you like, so earlier there was somebody being a wingnut in my chat yelling at me about putting the word new fort in the title. Whenever you see that very helpful indicator, you know that it's when I'm starting a new fort. Feel free to show up and ask questions, but I think that titling my streams as tutorial is stupid, pointless, and a waste of everybody's energy and kind of deceptive. Because a lot of the people who watch my streams already know how to play, right? The vast majority of the people watching my channel are already playing. So if I just remake tutorial content and regurgitate the normal basics information every time I stream, that's going to get repetitive for the people who watch my streams every day. There are some channels who don't play this game every day, who do tutorial starts every time. 1, because it's a really good way to clickbait people into watching your streams. And 2, because they don't play the game that much. So they themselves are relearning every time. I don't play that way, and I don't really have that kind of audience. And I stream this game a lot. So if all of the streams I do are me just re-talking the same thing every time, like, what's the point? Like, that's boring. Fuck that. To hell with that. That's why I made YouTube content for tutorials if you would like those. If you would like tips, I can explain things. But I'm not going to, you know, do that same kind of content every time. That sucks. So no. No, I do not. Theoretically, I've had, like, giants and giantesses before, but I've never actually had them have babies or seen them have babies on my map. But it's one of those things where it's like theoretically you could, but there's no practical purpose. I mean, you can't like tame them or anything. So like, why would you do it? I mean, that seems like a lot of work for a one-use defense that would be pretty ineffective. Spark of Death. At that point, you might as well just, like, catch and train / tame tigers or something and breed those, or horses, even. Because those would probably be more effective. You could breed them faster, more consistently, and then you know, wouldn't lose them all after sending them in once. I mean, I don't think it would be fun. Maybe you think it would be fun. To me, it just sounds really tedious. Like, really tedious. But, I don't know. If you like tedium and consider tedium to be fun, then go with Armok, I suppose. Have fun. I would just lock them in a room together and get it started, Thanatos, because it could take decades. Just get to it. Just do it. Just get that ball rolling, because I would say it is pretty likely your plan isn't going to work. But if it is, it's going to take a very long time. Path of Acra passed its player peak count yesterday. Or from yesterday. That's good to see. Also, gosh darn it, that game lost. It's double overwhelmingly positive again. Sheesh. Big meanies. Because of me and Krugsmash. I'm so happy Krugs finally finished that video. Because I support him on Patreon, right? So I was following it as it was coming along, and I was just like, man, this game hasn't released. God damn, or is gonna release soon, and he hasn't released this video. God damn it, I hope he releases the video. God damn it, I hope he releases this video. And he finally did, and I was so happy to see it. It is still on the popular new releases, so that's good to see. Yep, also what Deli said. You got a death pit of 2 giants, and they can probably handle everything. You want to know what's way more effective and more efficient and faster and easier to breed than giants? For this exact purpose? Helmet snakes. And the reason I say helmet snakes is because if they bite once, they poison. They have poison. Use helmet snakes. This dwarf will cease being stuck in a second. A caravan has arrived. The dwarves are here to trade. I really need to start getting some glass trading materials, but... Uh-oh. The site is slightly bigger. I gotta fix this. It's easy enough, though. Does poison work on undead? Think about that question for a second. Poison make thing dead. What is undead? The issue I see with like using giants in like a pit or a death pit is best case scenario, they're not that effective. Worst case scenario, they end up working against you. That's interesting. That this down here is like a lighter color. They're undead, not dead? All right. Well, good luck. Feel free to test it if you want. All right, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation, they say. And I'm going to ask them for some... Let's ask for Billin and Electrum, Black Bronze, and Rose Gold. Fancy metals. They want bucklers and armor. Do they know who they're trading with? Well... Apparently I have a precious fire opal crown. I have no idea where that came from. And I'll just bring some gems. We'll go with that. What armor can you make? Leather? Sure. Well, the thing is there's no metal on this map, so... And I'm, based on, like, community restrictions, not allowed to make super fancy, armor out of metal, even if I do have metal. So I have to make furniture out of metal if I have metal, which is fun. And should be a good time, hopefully. Paralysis and necrosis doesn't work well on things already rotten with no nerves. Exactly, there you go. Most things work to make things dead don't work on undead. Yeah, there you go. They've already acquired the state of being dead, and now making a dead cease to be dead. They're still dead. They're just less dead than they were before, which doesn't make any sense. Don't worry about it. Also, chat room, I would like you guys to know that yesterday was my best day since December. By the way, just like financially. So thank you for the great day yesterday. Because it was my best day since December. Putting a Cyclops in a cage in your dining room was probably your finest moment, really. Especially when he ended up being freed in a tantrum. You weren't even angry. Did it end the tantrum at least? Dropping a Cyclops in the middle of the tavern is probably a pretty good way to stop the tavern fight. Makes all the dwarves realize that if they work together for 10 seconds, things will go better. Why would I make an obsidian farm? There's obsidian everywhere. I don't need more. Blacksmith has been taken by a Fey mood. All right. Let's just wait for my broker to arrive. You'd have to be a poisonous snake man. I don't know if the generic serpent men are poisonous. You need something with a poison bite, basically. And the problem with a lot of poisons in adventure mode is they're pretty realistic. So depending on the type of poison you're talking about, it might actually not be that effective of a mode of killing a thing, because it's possible that the poison you're biting him with takes like 3-4 days to really do something. So it highly depends on what you're biting him with, I guess. Just gonna buy these if I can. Just 8,000 Dwarf bucks. All of those bins with the cloths in them. Well, I don't have enough money, but what I can do these individually go through until I buy as many as I can. And this puts us in a much better spot with the amount of metal we have now. Won't have to melt stuff down to try and save artifacts. Let's see if I can... Wow, I can buy them, I just can't buy the bin. Okay, that's the difference there. Okay, done. Not bad. That too. Small fangs don't penetrate large creatures. Need to equip bigger fangs than just mouth. All right, well, I need some clothing industry. So I need to figure out where to put that. These bedrooms are coming along nicely. I think... What do you think, chat? Do I hollow out the side here by the volcano and make a clothing industry back here behind these future offices? Or do I go down south of the glass-making area and put a clothing industry area down here? What do you think? South or north of the glass industry? I'm pretty sure togas are a human thing that dwarves generally can't make. So east side of the volcano or south of the volcano? Tunics and socks then? No. Because they need shoes and gloves. You guys really like to torture your dwarves, I think, because clearly this dwarf already has pants and a shirt, meaning they want both a pants and a shirt, and socks and shoes. So at very minimum, I have to give the dwarves in this faction the clothing they already have. Otherwise, they will be sad. And why would I let them be sad? No, torture is refusing to let the dwarves have the clothing that they are used to having. Which is what you're requesting. And what I'm refusing to do. Do you really think that is angry? Do you genuinely think that is angry? Wow, you guys have, like, some sort of mind rot going on. The blacksmith has created Ostug Desur, a green glass statue of Stormwolf, and claims it as a personal treasure. This dwarf just made a statue of another dwarf and claimed it as theirs. Where's your bedroom? I will put it in your bedroom for you, but, like... Do you even have... Are you even related to that dwarf? You're not even friends. You're passing acquaintances. That's not creepy at all. That's what I was thinking. The hell? You don't care about why they upset? They're not upset. Like, at all. They're slightly, like, miffed or perturbed. But they're not upset. I won't give you the... I will not allow you to have your question answered until you agree with me. This is a green glass statue of Stormwolf. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. And also, I can tell you why they're upset. The item is a masterfully designed image of Stormwolf, the dwarf, in green glass. Stormwolf is raising the green glass window. The artwork relates to the masterful green glass window by the dwarf Stormwolf. So it's an image of Stormwolf making a fancy window. For the hot sparks in the late autumn of 312. It is encrusted with obsidian cabochons and decorated with baguette-cut green glass gems, durian wood, and encircled with bands of cushion-cut green glass gems, and llama wool and rectangular obsidian cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of durian wood and obsidian. On the item is an image of Amethyst, the dwarf, and a flood sunk the green glass bed in copper. Amethyst is raising it. The artwork relates to the creation of Floodsunk in FireOrb by the dwarf Amethyst, rhyming diamond in the late spring of 313. Why are they miffed? I can almost guarantee it's because I had some dwarves running outside puking. Probably that. Or it's because I haven't made their church available yet. Yes, it's because there isn't a anything goes temple just yet, which I need to finish making. This dwarf wants to acquire stuff, pretty much. Yeah, that's about it. This dwarf just wants to acquire things, and there really isn't anything to acquire. But that's it. Like, neither of them are actually upset. There a way to get your dwarves to found religious organizations? No, that only happens in World Gen. Once World Gen is done, all of the religions in the world that exist have formed already. Dwarves cannot form new religions. What? How come there's that symbol there? Doesn't make any sense. Generally, you should let your world generate longer than 100 years. Almost always you should. Like 250 is kind of like the starter sweet spot, in my opinion. And there we go. So it erased everything? Hey, at least they gave us the abort button back. We haven't had the abort button in a while, and also I'm pretty sure I forgot to turn up my population cap, so we're going to need to raise that. You know what's funny, Spark of Death? Back in my day, World Gen used to take 10 times as long. Like, people are so spoiled with how fast World Gen is now. Like, for me to generate a large world for 1,000 years, which I know is kind of a large world anyway, long history and large world, used to take about 4 to 6 hours. And on this version, I can generate a large world with 1,000 years of history in like 20 minutes. It is ridiculous how fast World Gen is now. All I'm saying is some of you guys are very spoiled. Because I saw somebody complaining in my YouTube comments not too long ago about how World Gen is so slow. They're like, why does it take so long to generate worlds? They're not that complicated. It's like, oh my god, you don't even know what you didn't have to deal with. Your dwarves go extinct in other worlds? Well, clearly you need to get better dwarves, YouTube person. You should tell your dwarves to buck up and be tougher. Sheesh. Back in my day, generating for 10-50 years took like 10 minutes, and then they added Z levels. Yeah, but how many times did it crash before it generated successfully? Because back in those days, I seem to recall it being like a 30 to 40% crash rate for me. And also when I've talked about this dozens of times now, but I recorded a bunch of footage for No Clip Video for their Dwarf Fortress documentary, which maybe one of these years will come out. And while I was doing that, I had to go back to, like, 2007 Dwarf Fort and 2006 Dwarf Fort and record footage. And it was literally like a 40% crash rate. It was ridiculous how much it crashed before it worked. Okay, so we're going to make the Hills of Intricacy, which is a temple to no particular deity. And this should help with a lot of the mood. Zzz. This one's currently listening to a sermon. So we've got organized religion up here, and anything goes down here. And they can go deal with all of their needs to pray. And I'm sure that'll be helpful. Wouldn't it be grand to just take my life off and do nothing for the rest of my days? Yeah, it would be. I'd like to do that. It seems fun. Also, this is probably why some dwarves are upset. It's the puke. Okay, so with that done, we now move up a layer. And begin the green glass again. And I'm not entirely sure I want to... I'll have to figure out how I'm going to do this, but I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to do the corners just yet. We'll have to figure that out. They can zerg the dwarves out of existence. Yep, this is true. You did not think goblins were immortal? They are. Goblins are basically like demons spawn in Dwarf Fort, which is something I really like about goblins in Dwarf Fort. Is that they are just like kind of straight up just demon spawn. I find that very amusing. It's like they're brought by demons. They exist because of demons. And they go about enacting evil and, demonic takeovers. Demonic hostile takeovers of entire worlds. Makes it more interesting when you get a naked goblin visiting your fort carrying a book about how he's going to save the world. Well, see, here's the thing. That doesn't necessarily make them all bad people. It's just they're sometimes cruel, Like, they kind of have, like, a slightly evil bent to their personalities, generally, right? But that doesn't make them necessarily all evil, per se. Like, there is a very possibility, possibly, that they're not all evil all the time, every minute of every day, just most of the time. Just realized I've screwed this up. It's fine. We can fix this. That's a good thing kobolds only live 150 years, honestly. If they lived longer than that, I might actually feel bad for them when I killed them. Goblins have good qualities in DF. In DF are egalitarian in the respect that they are never racist, and the babies they kidnap, they raise those goblins no matter their original race. I mean, I don't know if I would say having cultural kidnapping is a positive thing, even if they take decent care of the kids. But, like, I see where you're coming from. I would argue that kidnapping equal bad, but, like, you know. I respect the take. As a hot take about Goblin Society, I think that's an interesting one. But it's still pretty hot. All right. All that's done. We're just finishing this side up. Man, these dwarves are hungry. Go eat food. It's not as bad as kidnapping and racism. I mean, sure. When you put it that way, I can't not see the good in goblins. Don't get me wrong. I like goblins in Dwarf Fort. I think they're cool. But, like, I just think that arguing that something is that taking care of the child that you've kidnapped is a good quality is just really funny. It's like, oh, it's a good character trait. I don't know that it's true. Like, they also murder is legal in Goblin Society. There's no repercussions for murder in Goblin Society. They consider it to be just fine. So keep that in mind as well, I suppose. YouTube chat puts this in a pretty good way. Goblins benevolently assimilate you. There are little friendly messed up neighbors. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, you could probably, like, refer to most neighboring countries that way and not get in too much trouble. Are goblin kidnapping like the Borg from Star Trek? Pretty much, yeah. You know, there is part of me that wants to seal this off completely and then pump lava up and into it. But elves are just misunderstood. It's the thing that I've truly learned about the Dwarf Fortress community, is that nobody actually knows why the elves are cannibalistic. Nobody understands when they actually eat the dead, why they do it, and everybody just kind of overblows it and makes a lot of lies about it, which I think is kind of sad. The amount of misinformation about elves is almost outnumbers the amount of information about elves. Like, how are you supposed to learn about your neighbors if all you do is lie about them? It is very much the truth. I think it's a damn shame, that. I think elves are the most valuable trade partners any good dwarven faction who understands economy can have. But the normal everyday peasants can't hold their racism. That's kind of a shame. You are new here, if you are surprised by this response. Morkel Bimik Mink. And if you're new here, that's fine. You'll learn. And you'll become a better person one day, too. Or you won't. And then I will just simply mercilessly make fun of you for the rest of our relationship. Well, you don't need to cut that many trees. Most people overcut trees. It's very easy to overcut trees. What can you do with caged invaders? Let them go or don't, is what you can do with caged invaders. Cut trees out of defense? What? What from defense from what? Wait, do you mean like stopping things from getting over your wall? Oh, well, why don't you just chop them down once and then pave it? I mean, that's usually what I do if I'm building above ground. Wouldn't that be like an easier strat? I feel like that would be less effort, but... I need a wall there. And a wall there. I mean, that'll be fine. Making a sad goblin coin stack splitter? Goblins never got sad enough. You mean like waiting for them to pick them up and throw them? Why didn't... Well, I mean, at this point, if you want to split coin stacks, just pop into adventure mode for a little bit and then run around and chuck coins at the wall. Or just leave it in the middle of your tavern until somebody tantrums and then watch the comedy ensue as everybody explodes. Dwarf throwing ability is overpowered? You mean dwarf, like, arm gun? Because that's more what it is. It's close. It's got more in common with like a gun than like actual throwing. Although, I will take your statement of dwarf throwing ability is overpowered and direct you at America's favorite nap time, baseball. You seen those guys throwing ability? To me, like, getting hit by something a dwarf is throwing is almost the equivalent of getting hit by, like, a 90-mile fastball. Like, except just any dwarf can do that. They just throw the bullets. I like that mental image, actually. I don't know. To be fair, I don't follow baseball at all, so I just set a number that seemed reasonable and ran with it, but if they can throw way faster than that, then oh my god. But okay, I believe it. I can feel my elbow falling apart and breaking in real time just hearing somebody state 150-mile-an-hour fastball. And I didn't even hear it, I read it. Just the concept of that is making my elbow hurt. Also, we're in an ad break. In a minute. Never mind. I saw the thing pop up, but it's actually the warning that the thing is going to happen in a minute. Well, humans can't figure out how to live for 150 years, so yeah, I would say so. I Me and you have Onul the Miner. I don't think Onul is not named yet anymore. I'm pretty sure Onul the Miner got named earlier. Yeah, because somebody wanted a happy dwarf, and they were happy, so... I can't give you that particular dwarf, unfortunately. I can give you Godin the Miner, and name him Patty. Morale's fine? All right. Patty Cake is a rusty mace dwarf, and is not lustful and is satisfied at work. Never feels lustful passions, has a strong sense of duty, only rarely tries to assert herself in conversation, is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and is often nervous. Often feels discouraged and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and can easily fall in love without developing positive feelings. She prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she occasionally overindulges, takes offered help and gets without feeling particularly grateful, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized, and personally respects eloquent speakers. Has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and doesn't care one way or another about, and doesn't care about nature one way or another, and doesn't really value skills related to fighting. There we go, I can read. Likes graphite, pig, iron, and almandine, kakapo leather, and hemp paper. The color amethyst, gems, battle axes, coffins, and koalas for their adorable appearance. And she prefers to consume steelhead trout, raspberry wine, and reindeer's milk, and foxtail mullet flour, and absolutely hates hamsters. Yes, you hate hamsters. You're married to the manager, Ricklebert, and you're a former militia dwarf, because I guess I added you to the militia and then removed you at some point. You were formerly a member of the Singed Bell and the Peaceful League and the Hall of Salves, which is a different dwarven faction. So you've traveled quite a bit. You've had a bit of a life. You have quite a bit of family. Your nephew has moved in as well. And your only daughter, Kodal, also lives here. And you worship a couple of gods. By that, I mean a lot of gods. And you do have some friends in the fort. Oh God, Shanira. Well, I'm glad you're pushing through it. You've had a busy life, dude. You've got 11 kills. You've killed a giant grasshopper in the Bewildering Hill. You've killed one monitor lizard in the Bewildering Hill, 2 giant thrips in the Bewildering Hill, 1 cougar woman in the Bewildering Hill, 2 unicorns in the Bewildering Hill, 1 monitor lizard in the Bewildering Hill, 1 giant wren in the Bewildering Hill, and 1 giant hedgehog and 1 normal-sized porcupine in the, square step for the last few. The unicorn shot first, I guess so. What about the grasshopper, though? Generally, quite frequently, if that is the only interesting thing that's happened in the fort. Artifacts attempt to depict the history of the fort, so if nothing interesting has happened in the fort, aside from artifacts, generally you'll just get artifacts with images of artifacts. It's a cougar woman. Yep. Cougar person who happens to be a lady. Nothing weird going on there. Also, I was gonna make a clothing area and then didn't. At least we got this done. So instead, let's make this clothing area. And also, let's get rid of this wall. And we'll do that. Be great. What's up, Brainsman? How's things? It's been quite some time since you looked at Dwarf Fort News, and now we have a Linux release. I will say the same thing that Putnam says every time this question comes up, which is They cannot release the game on Mac until everybody on the dev team owns a Mac. None of them own a Mac. So, is there plans for a Mac release? When they own Macs. My fort does not have cat girls. You simply have mind rot. You always imagine ASCII DF with Mac emojis? I don't even know what a Mac emoji looks like. Can you buy them a Big Mac? I think they would do better with, like, an iMac, but they'd probably appreciate the Big Mac. So I've owned one Macintosh computer in my entire life, and that specifically was a Mac 2. Well, that was black and white. I played a roguelike on it called The Dungeon of Doom, and it was pretty fun. I also played Reader Rabbit and Tetris, or a crappy Tetris knockoff on it, as well as a Breakout clone. So, no. I don't know what Mac emoji look like. I had an iPod Touch when everybody did, and that's my entire experience with overpriced hardware. I mean, Mac hardware, sorry. I don't like closed garden systems. Are you talking about, like, mechanically in video game, Vukruk? Or are you just, like, giving a thought experiment? You played Spy Fox and Butt Butt on Mac? Hell yeah. I played Spy Fox at a friend's house once. Never owned it, though. Everything that I understand about video game development is it is so fucking mind-numbingly, stupidly annoying to develop for Mac that I'm amazed anybody actually does. And I'm also kind of amazed that people ask people to, because it's just flabbergasting to me that people actually play games on Mac. It's a system that's so hostile to games. It's like, why? I don't get it. Like, every single, like, smaller developer I've spoke to who has a game that is compatible with Mac is like, yeah, that was a waste of money. They almost all say that.
You have fingertips, but not toe tips. But you tiptoe, but not tip finger.
And you also tip your waitress. And your streamer. Thanks for the $1. It's for typing training games and homogeneous adventure games. Okay. If it was that easy, Rafts, they would have done it. What's up, Trevor? Floor looks like it came along. It's getting there. Parts of this fort are looking very green. Kavish the Glassmaker has created Ador Kal Ogiz Gingim, a perfect green glass gem, and offers it to the hot sparks. I mean, there's been plenty of good games on Mac, but it's games that are good on Mac despite Mac. Not because Mac is a good platform for games. Oh, you poor soul, Brandon in YouTube chat. Marrying an iPhone user. That should have been the first red flag. Come on. I hope it worked out, despite such differences. This is a perfect green glass gem. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with square-cut green glass gems. This object is adorned with hanging rings of green glass. Besides, the only proper phone to use is a Nokia flip phone. Reject this culture of phones that make us dumber. Embrace the dumb phone. Become smarter. Are you at a payphone trying to call home because all of my change I'm spending on you, Trevor? That's how I'll sell jewelry. Faux jewelry. Yeah, that's basically all it is. It's literally just faux jewelry. What's with the random spam of emotes, Trevor? It's still good for bashing skulls in. I'm glad it's useful. It probably still works. You like emotes? I can see that. Well, please don't spam emotes. It's not the purpose of this chat room. Unless it's time to post beers. Then it's time to spam emotes. If you don't have, like, some way of, you know, if you don't plan on, you know, interacting in the conversation, like, when it being in a chat room. It's like I realized that, like, having chat spam memes is more profitable for the streamer, and thus many people embrace it. But I don't know. What's the point? I'd rather have a chat I like talking to. If I wanted you guys to just be nonsense spam bots, then I wouldn't talk to you. We'll see you later, Dilkin. You snooze good. Okay, well, there's plenty of streams where you can get that kind of entertainment. Right? There's a lot of channels on Twitch where you can go and just spam to your heart's content. I've always tried to keep mine somewhat free of that, which I think is a respectable goal. Kind of surprised I haven't been like it with child snatchers yet or something. Okay, so we got 29 tanned hides. I need leather quivers. So we are going to go here. Here we're going to go to clothing and leather. Let's just make maybe 2. Leather workshops. And let's also go here and make 2 looms. We'll make them out of mahogany. And 1 clothes shop. Exclamation point goal if you wish to actually have an answer to that question, Ryder. Okay, so this. cloth. And this is going to be leather. Did I just connect the two of those together? Yes, I did. God damn it. It's not what I wanted you to do. Game. I probably just misclicked, but... And then this one is going to be for cloth. All right. But there is no metal on this map, regardless. Only sand. Let's say... And this I need to upgrade. Let's also make leather backpacks and leather flat and leather leather backpack and leather armor, I think. And well, I'll be out of leather at that point. Let it sit. Sounds like a hell for a dwarf. They don't seem upset to me. It sounds like you have some very, very specific ideals in your head of what you think dwarves like and dislike. And I think those are probably not totally true, actually. Crazy thought, I know, but... I think it is possible that you are taking your own personal headcanons and imprinting them on dwarves. Let's do that. Pause this. Let this stuff play out and give these dwarves a bit of a break. In-game human perception of dwarves. Well, ingrained human perception of dwarves, for sure. There's definitely a lot of human thoughts going on about the dwarves. Okay. Let's slowly go up. Oops. And all the way across here. Must be the con of headcanons. Well, you can't spell headcanon without con, so this is true. It's also a really good bit of Star Trek. Building diagonal walls is a pain. I like it because it's something I feel like I've earned once it's done. Then go play old DF. Willem Dawson Stanley in the YouTube chat. If you miss an older version of Dwarf Fortress, fortunately they're all accessible. You can go play every single older version of Dwarf Fortress. So there's no need to sit there and go, man, I miss old Dwarf Fortress. You don't even need to. Just go play old Dwarf Fortress. No one is stopping him. What is the purpose of what I'm doing right now? Building a cool structure is the purpose of what I'm doing right now. This is a glass pyramid that is going above the top of this volcano. There is another one underground as well, which I haven't exposed yet because I cheated when I first was looking at this location spot. It's in one of the cavern layers, but the thing that I'm doing is I'm making it so that this volcano is safe, so that if I retire and reclaim this fortress, the volcano will stay in place, and even if it does decide to bubble up, it won't flood my fortress. I mean, I would never take anything for granted, so if it doesn't sit well, we have to keep that accounted for. So yeah, that's why I'm building a glass pyramid over top of this, is to prevent the sort of eruption thingies. And then, you know, probably what I'm going to do is remake large chunks of this lower stuff as well, or at least encase parts of it in glass, and then just have like this cool glass volcano. It's just a cool structure, basically. And then we'll figure out something to do with it in the future. I think it's a very cool visual, yeah. Once it's done being built, I can do a quick save and we can show it off in Stone Sense if you guys want. You're back? What'd you miss? I'm not sure when you left, so it's difficult for me to say, potentially. But lots of things, definitely. Nothing crazy's happened. We had a perfect glass gem artifact, and I traded. That's about it. Right, let's actually swap these guys over to just train for a little bit, so that they go get all of their gear. All right, not bad. It's continuing to move upwards. This is kind of coming ziggurat-ish. I wasn't really planning on it to end up looking like a ziggurat, but I guess it is. I think it's cool that dwarves are so skilled at mining and ore harvesting that they can go so far to even take the spot that has sand and make it into infinite glass. Yeah, I kind of wish that sand depleted, you know? Because there's quite a few different materials that do, and I really wish that sand did. I think that would make glass much more interesting, but at the same time, it's kind of neat. What's the buoyancy update? You know, it's so funny hearing about buoyancy and all that stuff because it's just like, I remember going back not too long ago and looking at some really old forum posts. I need to finish that second episode of the Dwarf Fortress history once I start working on, or once I finish that Let's Play. But, like, I was reading some really old forum posts in, like, 2004 where Tarn's talking about boats and buoyancy, and it's like, but in relation to, like, Armok instead of Dwarfort. And I just think it's kind of funny, because it's like, wow, some things have just really not changed at all. Me too. I tried to explain that to somebody in YouTube comments once who was really mad that animals don't, like, livestock don't need to drink. They're just like, it's really dumb. I'm like, well, I'm kind of happy I don't have to manage it because I have a hard enough time managing my livestock as is. It's like if I also had to manage, like, feeding them and watering them, I feel like that'd be a bit much, but because Dwarf Fortress does so much with its simulation. The parts that it lets you skip are kind of like the game doing you like a solid in a way. It's like, oh, it's just the game doing me a favor? Really? Wow. Well, that's nice of it. Oh, geez. I screwed this up. You have a hard enough time managing the dwarves, exactly. It's like, so in some ways it like makes it seem simpler than a lot of other management games, and I guess in some ways the management is less demanding in that way, but I don't think that makes it bad. I think it just means that if that sort of, or if a system like that ever does get implemented, they won't have to go back and remove an old system because they'll have a new system. Which, you know, is I think just about everything Dwarf Fortress does is kind of almost the opposite of the way the rest of the games industry does it. Purely because of the fact that this game isn't really built like any other game out there. And so they're kind of doing things in their own weird, unique way. And it's part of the charm of the game, I think. Turned out to be a lot less obtuse to get into than you'd feared. You know, it's funny. Secret Person was the years where I streamed Dwarf Fortress in version 47 and earlier versions, version 44 and whatnot. Because the number of times I tried to explain to either my regulars or just people in chat that, yeah, this game looks really scary, but it's not actually that difficult to play. The number of times I tried to do that and just had people go, Blind, you're full of it, shut up. I've lost count the number of times that has happened. It's like, is this game very complicated? Yes. But that doesn't mean it's a hard game. Your neurons just give us caught. You know what's funny is whenever I do stream first-person shooters, a large portion of my audience just doesn't tune in, Fraga, because game is 3D and it makes a lot of people who watch my streams motion sick. Which, some first-person games can do that to me for sure, but not all. And sometimes I do like to play a shooter. But I usually just end up playing it off-stream because I assume nobody will watch. Shadow enjoys watching more than playing. That's fine. You're totally permitted to watch and not play. I'm not here to force anybody to play. It's just if you want to learn how to play, I can help. Oops. I also realized that I'm using the wrong piece. This should be a ramp. Make a temple on top? Be kind of weird to get to. I don't know if I should put a temple on top of this. Maybe a library? Although the mayor doesn't care about knowledge. It's so fucking good, right? Right? Travenoid, do me a huge favor and do literally everybody who enjoys Path of Acra a big favor. If you watch other streamers that aren't me, go pester them to try it. Just be like, yo, have you tried this game yet? Yo, have you heard this? Have you heard of this game? Just go be those annoying people that I get mad at in chat. Do it! Because, like, that game deserves so much more of a following than it has. Like, it's doing well right now, but, like, you know. It's a game that currently has peaked at 298 concurrent players. I personally feel like that game should have, like, 2,000. Maybe more. You watched Krug Smash's video on Path Backward just today? It's such a good video. I mean, I mentioned that earlier, but I'm just really happy he finally put that video out because it was in the chamber in his Patreon for quite some time. This is looking way cooler than I thought it would. I'm also kind of surprised I've only been attacked by one agitated animal. They must have nerfed, like, Untamed Wild's agitation considerably, because I basically only get it now if I chop down a bunch of trees. Well, it's 20% off right now, which is why I say it, because game's like $8 US currently. I don't have particular types of FPSs that I play. There is a God of Volcanoes that's not super popular. You gotta wait for payday? That's smart. You should wait for payday. We'll definitely put some statues somewhere in here. Probably inside of it. So many people in chat are unsubbed right now. I'm just kind of waiting for the ad to end. I mean, I don't know if you're through the ad yet, Trevor, so I'm waiting for it to. What do I do if my dwarves don't put food in barrels? Sounds like you need more barrels. Well, a lot of people did. What kind of FPSs do I play? None that you play. And I don't care, and I don't want to talk about it. I don't really play FPSs. I just every now and again want to play an FPS. I don't have particular types I like. I don't like multiplayer games. I'll tell you that for fact. So I don't know. Has to have a compelling story and be single player. The last shooter I played was a third-person shooter, not an FPS, and that was El Paso Elsewhere. Yeah, it tells me like 1 minute and 30 seconds left for the ads. And as far as agitation getting rebalanced on complaints, yeah. I mean, agitation is a brand new mechanic for version 50. So the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress is the first version that's had agitation. So, you know, because of that, it, you know, took a little bit of like querying around for them to find a balance that to set it as at default that people like. I've actually made it harder for this level, for this map. I've made it accumulate faster and take longer to go away, but I'm still not really seeing it, so. We're practically making, like, the Wizard of Oz's Emerald Palace currently mined. But yeah, this is a big old pyramid on top of a volcano. But here's hoping we can just finish this up right now because it's starting to stress these poor dwarves out. I literally stated not 2 minutes ago that I'm probably going to put some statues on it somewhere. So, I already answered your question, sort of. Sorry, you were AFK for a bit? You were AFK for a bit and came back and suddenly surprised pyramid. Can't make emerald blocks. You can't make blocks out of gems, no. Neokai, thanks for the $10. Appreciate you, man. Am I gonna make a yellow prath? No, because this isn't the Wizard of Oz. Thanks for the $1. Lennox. I don't know why, but for some reason, whenever you type in things, whenever you cheer using Crypt Cheer 100, I don't see the icon. Chat, do you guys see the icon? I'm wondering if it's just a me issue or if it's like the whole thing. You guys do? Okay, well, that answers that then. It's weird. Speaking of big old glass structures, you love my videos on Arch Crystal. I have a couple of different, like, other stories that I need to do. I even have, like, one for Boat Murdered scripted out. The problem is I haven't been depressed and bored enough to, like, actually sit down and make the thing. Like, I have a Boat Murdered, like, read through kind of, like, structured. I just have to sit down and do it. And I haven't. Well, I mean, now I'm pretty sure it's a me issue, but it's just weird. But thank you for the $10 and the $1. I even have, like, all the art and everything. Reenacted by real actors, done well. I have a question. What am I? Am I not real? Doesn't matter if I act badly. I'm still acting. Sheesh. Anyway. What'd they bring? They brought a slug! Well, I guess I will buy a slug in a cage then. And I'll buy those 3 logs. And I'll trade for 1 gem! No? Is it my Civ symbol? I don't think so. I know it's not part of my fort symbol. My Civ symbol is the image, the still mirrors. It's an image of a bloodthorn. And my image is an image of a blazing sun, a dragon, and the sun is burning. And there's a goblin that is impaled, and yeah, no. There is no slug as part of the image of my fort. Or faction, for that matter. Okay, so I'm assuming everybody's just hanging out in the temple. Kind of is. Kind of is. So I would like, and also, you know, in here, just like, you know, watching the big old glass making demonstration. Dwarf is kind of upset, actually. They really have a lot of needs. All right, well, let's check something. Because that'd cause other problems for their emotions? I don't think we'd have much of a problem if we got hit by an agitated beast attack. Okay, so we'll do that. I want to make a library. So I think we're going to make a library. Also, we have papyrus. How the heck do I make papyrus into paper again? Something I haven't done in so long. The Shirts maids are made perpetually from papyrus sedge plant, which grows in a tropical wetland at a farmer's shop. Ah. Is it a process plant's job? I'm the only streamer that's willing to talk about what's going on in the world because I'm stupid, that's why. I am in fact playing the beta, yes. If there is a beta that is available, I play it. Requires unrotten paper making plants. Those tiles made of emerald. You cannot make tiles out of gems, no.
Green glass.
Chat knows. Mr. Spider-Man, sir. Thank you very much for the 7th month, sir. I wonder if I bought them in regards to those papyrus plants. Oh no, that's a papaya, not a papyrus. Sorry, I had a dumb moment. Well then. Fida, thank you very much for the tier 2 for 22nd month. This fort's gonna be dope. It's already pretty dope, I think. Dwarf Fortress is a McLaren fan. Well, it is a papaya-colored car. That is true. Well, crud. It's a damn shame, that. Let's see what kind of plants I can process, though. Just curious. Frog for Hire, thank you very subscribe to the tier 1. Thank you very much for the 38th month. It means a lot. All right, well, we got rope reed lying around. I'll let those roll.
Oh, let's heckin' do this.
So what I kind of want is I want this area to kind of be a outdoor farming area. So I'm thinking I'm going to knock the trees back a little bit, channel down a little bit, and then build a walled off area in here. Well, that's the top of this. This is for you guys, chat. Fida, thank you very much. Seriously, for the $5. It means a lot. And Elfie, thanks for the $1. Devildawn, thanks for the gift sub. And the additional 5-pack of gift subs. You've done more than enough in the past 3 days, dude. You and chat in general. The King of Denmark. Hey, look, you got the King of Denmark. You know what's funny in regards to dwarves that are terrified of snails? They'll probably make a lot of statues of snails and engrave a lot of images in snails. Well, I mean, we had to wait for the top of it to be done. Okay. There you go. That is the fort. It's kind of neat looking, actually. There's the volcano down inside. slippery looking. It kind of does look slippery, doesn't it? It kind of has that look to it. It's like you take a sled and slide down it, you know, and it goes donk, just breaks your collarbone with every single button. Well, number one, this isn't 3D Steelbaker. This is clearly isometric. Well, actually, no. It's called Stone Sense. This has been around for forever. Because Dwarf Fortress does actually have the ability to output a 3D image, and in much older versions of the game, there was a option called Visualize, which was capital V on the keyboard, and Visualize would give you a 3D sorta visualizer of what you were looking at. But it never really worked properly and was never useful, so it got removed from the game a long time ago. But the game does have that capability. The game is capable of rendering in 3D. And this is a DFHack plugin called Stone Sense. So if you type in Stone Sense, you'll get this in a separate window. However, do not unpause the game while you have Stone Sense open, because it makes the game very crashy. Also, save the game before you open Stone Sense, because it'll probably crash your game. It's like a 50-50 crash percentage for me. So if you do use it, just be very careful. Who built this? Aliens or dwarves? I mean, it's definitely a UFO, right? Okay, well, we've got that now. So what do you think, chat? What's your opinion on this? Do I leave this as a hole going into the volcano? Option 1. Or do I make this into one solid floor and then build something in here? Option 2. A beacon? What's a beacon? Am I putting Mavis Beacon on top of it? Because I think she might complain. It'll be chilly up there. So option 1 or option 2, chat? What do we think? If the volcano erupts, wouldn't it flow through the hole? I mean, it would fill up the volcano, which would be kind of awesome, but that's about it. Well, let's make a green glass statue and put that on top. The question is what do we make the green glass statue of? Statue of a pyramid. See, I like the way you think, Manic Eraser. Is this a reference to something, Ryder? What? Hey, chat room, thank you very much for that hype train. It's very kind of you. Seriously. For no one to be dumped in this hole? Well, I've kind of been thinking about making this like my trash disposal. But. How about an image of the mayor? The mayor is Tekid. Wait, hold on. Do I have a new mayor? Yeah, I do. Wow, we got a second mayor. So the mayor that was mayor when this was completed is a mayor named Tekid. Let's see if this mayor is vain. They are frail, value decorum. They avoid excitement, they're ungrateful, and they have high level of willpower. Actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation. Preferring to act as the current situation demands. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, is occasionally overindulges, and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Personally finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time and dreams of mastering a skill. Likes pig iron, pyrite, and rami fabric, and the color sepia. Tekid Guilt Gods. Damn. You finished mending your pants? Hey, there you go. All right, well, you know what? I think we are going to build a thing. Let's build a thing, chat. You excited to build a thing? I'm excited to build a thing.
Woo!
Except I think I'm going to move this ever so slightly over here. Or move it from here. All right, there we go. I'm building a thing, not the thing, but a thing. And the edges of this are definitely going to get, like, walls. I think it's going to have a wall that goes around it and then maybe a little roof on the top. Is what we're going to have to do. And then up in here, maybe on this layer, maybe up here on this layer, it's going to have a library. And then this bottom layer, I'm not sure. We'll figure it out. No, because magma doesn't have the same kind of flow mechanics as water does. So water calculates flow and speed and the rate at which it is moving, whereas lava doesn't do that at all. So because lava doesn't do that, they do not have the same properties. I think I'm actually going to go down here and deconstruct all this. And we are going to begin smoothing out the rest of this, the outside. We're also going to go over here, and I'm going to get rid of all these. But before I do that, we're going to go all the way up here. And I'ma put these up there. And I'm going to put that right there. It's 2 images of probably us settling in the fortress. Of course lava can be weaponized. What kind of silly question is that? Of course it can. One of the most weaponizable substances in the video game. I could also put some higher-end bedrooms up in this. It's something else we could do. That'd be kind of cool. Just realized I didn't really think this through all that far. Because there is a hole there, which is not exactly optimal. Well, there will need to be a little floor right there. Is that platform touching lava? It is right on top of the lava, yes, this one. So now that all that's there, go all the way around like this. And we can start hacking all the rest of this down. I didn't think this through, Fortune. Why? Because I keep saying it? I mean, it is true in a lot of cases. When do I think anything through? How do you pressurize water? You know, that I just realized how complicated of a question that is actually to answer verbally. You need to have water that is higher than you're releasing it, released into an area at the bottom of a large amount of water. So if you have like 3 layers deep water and then a single door with a trap with a floodgate in front of it down at the bottom, and then you pull a lever that opens the floodgate, then everything goes brrr really quickly. That's how you pressurize water. So what I'm thinking I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut one more layer out all the way around this and replace all of this with like green glass, basically. Let's also get the green glass rolling again. Because I'm gonna need more of it again. I think I could probably erase that because this is probably done. Yes. And all the way down to here. You, we're gonna grab you and go up this way. Should probably also remove my current limitation on how many dwarves I have, because I currently have a limit on the number of dwarves that can migrate here. Because that's old from the previous fort. Green glass is dope. Green glass is pretty fucking cool, yeah. You like hoarding it? Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what this fort turns into as it goes. Let's do that. Do that. No, I just have them set to do it infinitely, and I just pause it every now and again when the dwarves seem tired. I don't have it automated, though. So it's canceling, but that's fine. I don't even know what radium glass is. Wait, you mean like a radiated glass? Like nuclear glass? I mean, obviously you can't, because the game doesn't have those kinds of mechanics, but... Which is green and glows. Yes. Did I ever tell you about the one time somebody I know got kicked out of a flea market because a clock that he had was too radioactive? He just is he's kind of a... somebody I used to know. I haven't talked to the guy in like maybe a decade. Yeah, well, maybe not quite a decade. I haven't talked to him since about 2015 or 16. He just kind of, as a hobby, goes on trips where he lives out of his van and just sells stuff that he finds at flea markets at like random conventions and stuff. And at one point he was selling stuff at like just an antique electronics fair, basically. And there was a guy with a radioactivity detector, and he was just kind of wandering around just scanning shit for fun, right? Because, like, you know, people have weird devices and stuff at these things. And he just, like, walked into his booth that he had set up, and he had a couple of clocks. And one of the things he had was a cuckoo clock. And apparently the cuckoo clock was so radioactive it was like considered dangerous, and so they made him leave. They actually kicked him out. Not uncommon. Well, yeah, not uncommon for there to be clocks that are radioactive. Yes, this is true. It's a clock that makes you cuckoo. It's a very literal definition of cuckoo clock, yes. The kind of story that merits more questions? Well, certainly about the clock itself. I am in an ad break, so I will do that, and then wait. Did get blocked from selling the clock. This is true, Rabbit. It changes from world to world, King Quirt. I stop world generation as soon as the world looks interesting. Sometimes I make super old worlds, and sometimes I make very young worlds. Also, I like how over in my Discord, Otto is posting the name of a place, and the place is a dwarven hillock's named Metal Heaven. I think that's where Ozzy Osbourne's gonna go when he dies. But aside from that, I'm over here and I'm like, I don't have metal at all. And you're over there with Metal Heaven close to you. Like, what? Von Galactic, when you die, do you want to go to Metal Heaven? What's up, dude? How's the stream? Hope stream was good. Chat, we're being book rated. What are we gonna do? Make them get library cards? I mean, that'd be what I would say. But welcome, Raiders. Hi, hello. How was stream? I hope it was good. You ready for the potato of the hot variety? Von Galactic is another participant in the Hot Potato Charity Marathon coming up. That'd be fun. Were made, they were told, they told women who painted with the watch hands, oh, it's safe, you can lick it. What, like the radioactive clocks? I mean, that's like telling somebody that you can paint with lead every day and not go insane. It's almost like that's lying. I don't know. Weird. It's almost like people are really stupid, and it takes a lot of really dumb mistakes to realize that we fucked up and need to unfuck it. Mad Hatters, Mad Clockers. Same thing. Let's bury all these ET games. That is, in fact, an example of humans doing a stupid, yes. Point their paintbrushes with their lips, no problem, don't worry about it. We're all wearing lead-lined suits while delivering the paint, because that's, yes. It's where led today work, definitely. Whatever led today. Where led today? Mm-hmm. It's not a sign that your boss wants you to die. Trust us. Where led today? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the one that always gets me, is just like all of the health tonics that we've made in the past that are just like, yeah, it's like just straight poison. Like you take this, you'll die. It's a health tonic. What is it though? There was a uranium additive chocolate bar. What? Really? For real? It's just like one of my favorite laws in the US is barrel and bond. And it's not just because I'm a whiskey nerd. It's quite literally because of the things they used to mix bourbon with when it was advertised as straight whiskey. It's like, oh yeah, no, you're no longer allowed to like mix booze with like snake heads or just straight up saliva, like spit from the spit canteen and shit. It's like tobacco. What? Gasoline. Isn't there also uranium toothpaste? That doesn't surprise me. Minty fresh. Humans are here to trade. I don't actually want to trade with them. It's fine. Don't really have anything to sell them. I mean, the Wild West was quite the time, just in general. Quick, get some radioactive glaze. Pretty much. It probably wouldn't be too hard to like mod in like uranium glaze in this game, because uranium kind of exists. It just doesn't really do anything. All right, well, our whole forging project is going pretty good, I think. This is all just green glass pickups, blocks. Even the bedrooms are looking nice. Oops, that was 2 in 1. You don't get twofers. It doesn't matter how happy or excited you are about it, Dwarf. Cardiac pacemakers had a nuclear battery. You know, I don't care how unhealthy that is. That sounds really fucking rad. It's like a comic book villain thing. It's like, his heart is powered by a nuclear bomb, practically. It's like very, 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 very badass sounding, even though it's probably not great for you. Exactly, it's rad, literally. All right. Not sure how many rad, though. I more rad than you want near your heart would be my base assumption. And I'm pretty sure any rad is more rad than you want near your heart. Okay, let's go into here and uncap the population. Oh, wait, never mind. Oh, I see. Strict population cap. 200 is going to be the... Well, not 200. Let's do 140. And then you can be 160 for strict population cap. 'Cause apparently it's set to 80 currently. Let's give you something. You can just do Vodka. You don't have to call it Vodka_studio. Does this work, Vodka? Vodka is holding an obsidian mug, which probably doesn't radiate radiation, hopefully. Does not find most jokes humorous? What? Humorous. Generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and doesn't often feel envious of others. Is often nervous and can handle stress. Generally finds herself to be hopeful about the future. She likes a little excitement now and then. Has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. Overindulges, and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She tends to hang on to grievances, and she is currently more rude. She commonly winks as a form of greeting and stiffens up when she's surprised. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and is getting used to tragedy. She personally has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world. Finds artwork boring and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes bismuth, milk opal, and blue stork leather, chipmunk tooth and crowns, and coins, and white spotted puffers for their ability to inflate. You like pufferfish. She likes the words of the fuchsia satin and the poetry of mothers, and when possible prefers to consume giant hair, big hair, afros specifically, and rice beer, and absolutely hates cave spiders. Has a pet peahen, and is a member of the South Creed, which is the church she's currently worshiping in. I also like rice beer. Rice beer is pretty good. So this, I'm going to try and make well, not try, I'm going to make this into a covered area. So what I think I'm going to do is go along the edge of this and channel this down. I also quite like the way the top of this up here looks. I'm going to go there, there. And then we're going to go along here. Oopsies, that's not the tool I wanted. That's the tool I wanted. We're going to go along here, along to there. I just need this and this to be knocked out. We can start building. Is there any woodcutter on the map? Stormwolf, you can have woodcut. We'll make a baby pyramid type thing next to the big pyramid thing. Seems like a cool idea to me, if you ask me. We got 300 players. Yay! Okay, on to 500. That's good. I mean, I don't know why you're thanking me. You made the video game. But I'm cheering you on. You are top 264 top sellers. I mean, you basically have until you leave the recent popular releases on Steam to sell as many copies as possible. Then everything after that's going to be an uphill battle for all eternity, so. That one spot right there is the money maker, and then everything after that is just, you know, you're on your own. Because Nash is dead. Five days later, Blind has a green glass reproduction of the Valley of Kings. I mean, what, just tombs? That would be kind of awesome, actually. Just a bunch of great pharaohs in tombs. No, they're not discontinuing Prime subs. What? They are getting regional pricing, though. They've stated many, many times that they will never discontinue Prime subs, which, fair. Who the hell told you that? I've gotten like a dozen Prime subs today. Although a lot of them are resubs, but... You don't see the option? Well, you clearly haven't looked hard enough. They have this annoying habit of moving it, but it's probably not up yet. If you don't see it, see it. But no, they've never discontinued it. They're not discontinuing it, and there's zero plans to discontinue it. Although I do like that your first assumption is that they did. It's okay. I know that you're a Twitch hater. I've known you this long, I've known you long enough to know that much about you. Many people like to see platforms fall, and it's fair. Okay, let's go down this way. Not an unreasonable assumption. Disagree. Very unreasonable assumption. Extraordinarily unreasonable assumption, even. Silly assumption, even better. I mean, it's not hidden. It's just not where you're currently looking for it. Implying that it's hidden would imply that they didn't want people to use it, which has always been the case. Because it's not really intended to be a way that you subscribe to people. It's intended to be a free trial, which, if you think of it in that context, it makes sense why they make it tricky to find. It's because it's intended as a free trial option. If you pay for Prime, you get the free trial option. It's fine. Congratulations, you found the thing. Thanks for the 29th time of finding the thing. But I dislike your cynicism towards a platform that pays all of my bills. Just stresses me out. Because aside from just being in a stream and chatting, it's the only way you can support streamers you like. Yeah, that's what it is, Trevor. Like, I'm happy it exists too. I will just never stop being tired of people assuming that the worst is the default in every single instance of things to do with Twitch. It's like, why? What? And you wonder why people think this platform is bad. It's like because people always presume the worst. When it's literally never been the case in the case of Twitch. Is what it is. We'll see when we see it, old man. All right. That's gonna get moved inside. Do I make minimum wage for the hours you work? I make way above minimum wage. I make like triple minimum wage. Maybe more. depending on the day. But it's also like, you know, I make money based on the amount of money people give me that day, right? So I don't make an hourly wage. So there are definitely weeks where I make less than minimum wage, but the good weeks outweigh the bad weeks generally. It's like any kind of freelance job. You don't always make minimum wage. You don't always make a good wage. But that's okay. You want to know why? Zaliser knows me well enough to know my sense of humor and know that I just give people a hard time because I think it's funny. So it's fine. We're good. Anyway, the thing is, when it comes to making money in a job like this, it's not about are you making minimum wage. It's are your expenses covered. If you worry about if you're making minimum wage or if you're making an hourly rate, go get a normal job. Go get a job that's gonna be consistent. This isn't a normal job. You shouldn't try and treat it like one or think about it like one. I made like $1.50 an hour for multiple years, but it's okay. Evened out. Similar, but hopefully less crushing than the gig economy. I mean, it's nothing like driving for Uber. Because I like being around the people I'm around every day, right? So there is that. Okay, so what I need to do, or what I want to do, is I'm gonna go dig through this. I'm going to reroute this and use this to fill up a reservoir. But I need a new front door, because I currently don't have one. I just walled this off and, you know, this is no longer my front door. So I need a new front door. I'm thinking front door go through volcano. Thumbs up? What do you think, chat? Question is how the hell does front door go through volcano? All of my VODs go up on the YouTube channel Blind Extras. YouTube question asker. And then wall go right there. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Entire months. Thanks for the fun streams, Blind.
It's a lot of months, man. Thank you for watching for 20 entire months. Appreciate you, man. What was the syndromes for the evil biome? If I can ask. down to there. And then I can go down a layer. Hmm. One, two, three, 4, 5. Hmm. Let's go down here. And then you will be the last bit. And we'll go thunk, thunk right there. And then that can be the entry right there. With choking dust, but no rain. Choking dust. I don't think I've seen the dust in a very long time. Or rather, I just haven't seen, I don't think. I haven't seen the dust in a very long time. I haven't settled on a biome with it in a very long time. Okay, this here. Go do that. But let's see, yep, just the corner. So what I'm thinking is because I'm going and knocking out, or I'm gonna need to go and knock out the entryway to this. Then around the bottom of this, I'm slowly cutting out the edges and adding in green glass. What I think we should do is maybe this side right here is the front door, but we channel it down 1 or 2 layers, clear cut a huge chunk of it, channel it down 1 or 2 layers, build a walkway, and then fill it up with lava. Oh, that sucks. The syndrome was that dwarves would think that they were choking underground dust like in a cave-in. All right. Oh, that's not okay. That's not too bad actually. That could be a lot worse, but still kind of sucks though. I still maintain that the thing that made me not really want to play on haunted biomes for a really long time was the stupid lake. And it has a funny name and it sounds really funny, but in practice it was one of the most annoying things to play with I've ever experienced in this video game. So, Deep Space, how you doing, dude? I mean, reanimating biomes are how I ended up with a, like, nightmarish, like, infestation of giant crabs. Giant zombie crabs. Not just giant crabs. Giant zombie crabs. But yeah, I think that's what we're going to do with this fort. For you, it was, oh god, rhinos. Jesus. That's pretty brutal. That is pretty brutal. And an ad break is about to pop, so I will pause the game when that hits, so you guys don't miss anything. Not a bad front door. And then this will be the front door right here. Right here. that, and then this, and also along this side. We lost a couple of trading caravans when they entered the map on the wrong spot. Yep, yeah, no, that'll happen. Not bad. You're looking forward to this weekend. Should be a fun weekend. Yeah, for those of you who maybe have missed it, since we're in an ad break, now's not a bad time to bring it up. This weekend, on Friday, at 10 a.m. UTC, I don't know what that is in any other time zone, so I'll have to go look that up. Very early in the morning for me, I know that much. FG Squared is going to be playing Dwarf Fortress and raising money for charity here on Twitch. People who, and I think she also multi-streams on YouTube for those of you watching on YouTube. But essentially, there is going to be a Dwarf Fortress Succession charity marathon starting at 3 a.m. Pacific time and 6 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We're going to be raising money for Doctors Without Borders. So the rule is we have to all play in the same world and play the world as the last person left it. So everybody has a decent time chunk, and it starts Friday and goes until Monday. It's going to be a fun event. So if you're going, man, I wish Blind would stream on weekends, never fear, because somebody will be. And it'll be fun. I'll be hanging out in the chats as it goes, and it should be a good time, hopefully. So it'll be a good opportunity to, talk about dwarfs, watch some of your favorite streamers play dwarfs, or maybe discover somebody new. And it'll be a good time. Come check it out. And I'll be at the very end, right after Quill 18. I'm very happy that we managed to get Nucrium, Quill 18, and DOS Tactic in the same event. It's like we got all of the notable dwarfy individuals into one stream event, and that's really cool to me. What's up, Budgie? It's gonna be awesome. Yeah, I agree. Will VODs be posted somewhere? That's a tricky question because not everybody archives their VODs. So we don't have that as a requirement for the events because some people have very different VOD archival tendencies. So for past events, there have been no complete archives of the VODs for the events, and that's probably going to be the case for this one. Unfortunately. It's like generally most people are totally cool with just having their VODs reposted in places, and like I wouldn't care personally, but some people do care. Yeah. And there's always going to be a couple individuals who are iffy about the usage of their VODs after events, Especially in a world where, Twitch has had points where everybody's gone and deleted all of their VODs and all of their clips. It's happened a couple of times. But I think the way music copyright works on Twitch now is pretty much set in stone enough at this point that it's not really going to happen again, but I don't know. There's always that kind of slight worry. Dwarves are here to trade again. And also can't get into the fort right now because, well, one, I don't even have a trading depot, and two, there's no way into the fort currently.
Hey Blind, those floors look really nice.
They're very clear. Well, very glassy. Thanks for the $1, Budgie. Appreciate you, man. We're gonna get that built. And then open the door. Do I want an archive of it? Not unless every single person who's taking part in it agrees to have their VODs archived. It doesn't matter what I want. Like, there are multiple forces at play here that I don't have control over. And that needs to be respected. You know what I would prefer, actually? And if I were to just, like, point my finger at a thing and be like, let's do that, I would like to see a, somebody do a boat murdered style, like, writing of what happens in every single section of it. That would be much cooler to me, but... Okay. It's definitely an event that ideally you watch it live. There you go, Gazum. I mean, so am I. I mean, I've got stuff I got to do that weekend as well. And also I got to prep for my own set as well. So, I mean, it's not exactly a perfect kind of system, but... Okay. There we go. We have now opened the gates. I mean, unless your work week is literally the weekend, I don't think you have to skip the whole work week. Because it starts on, like, Friday and goes till Monday. Oh. But, I mean, if that is your work week, then I'm sorry. That sucks. All right. I don't know what to sell. Well, some... you know, actually, I'm going to keep those statues. That's a lot of llama wool cloth. Holy crap. 120 llama wool cloth. I feel like I should check what my dwarves are wearing. Trousers. All right, everybody getting a pair of yarn trousers. Yarn trousers. Let's say 80. Not quite 87, but most people should already have trousers. And Vaka's been taken by a fey mood. Don't know what to sell, so we'll just go to gems. And I need to figure out some sort of crafts market here. Oh, apparently I have a gem bin. Bring one of these up. Well, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry, John Soar. But how you doing today, Budgie? Budgie Smuggler? Hope you're doing all right. I quite like the way this is looking. This is pretty rad, actually. I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situations. Merit deserves reward. I come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Can you imagine the trade wagons? Of course, there are responsibilities and the nobility must live well. Chat, what do you think? Yes or no? It's up to you. Y or N? Y or N? Yes or no? Yes or nay? Do it? You know what? I'm going to do something I don't do very frequently. We're going to do a chat poll for Twitch. YouTube, you guys can just yell yes or no because you guys are quiet enough. Over here, I'm going to go over here, new poll. Yes or nah? Why? In. Very easy. I'm going to go use the toilet. BRB, 90 seconds.
Nuclear vessels.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Well, how go the votes? Why would you say no other than RP? It's still pretty much a noob at this game. It's a lot of work. Or you don't want a chance that the king will just randomly show up. Because that's what this allows for. It allows the royalty from the faction to have a chance to just appear. What? So every now and again I get an email where it's like, you did not do your research. So I'm going to read this email sans what it is, or what the actual email is about. My name is Emily. I'm a marketing manager here at Redacted, a global traveling booking site where creators like yourself can host and earn on your travel content. We offer a 5% lifetime commission on any hotel booking you refer. What? I noticed that you have a YouTube channel, and I wanted to... Yeah, I do, but not about that. And I wanted to chat about the monetization opportunities that Redacted can offer. We have many YouTube creators on our platform who have earned hundreds of dollars weekly on their audience's hotel bookings by simply adding their custom redacted hotel links to their video descriptions or swapping their existing links for these links, obviously. Okay, but yes, I do in fact have a YouTube channel. This is true. But, like, has to be too good to be true or a scam. I mean, I'm not clicking any of these links, but I just kind of feel bad when I name drop companies like that. I'm just gonna delete the email. All right, I guess we're saying yes. So we do have that. Who's the Dwarf? It was Vaca who wants to bring lasting peace to the world, right? Who's also in a strange mood right now. No, it wasn't. Who was it that wanted to bring lasting peace to the world, chat? That was a dwarf that we found not too long ago. Must have cut gems, raw green glass, logs, maybe rock blocks. Check, rock, check. Rough gems. Oh, it's probably rough gems that you want. I don't think I have rough gems, which is why I'm doing this. Actually, wait. No, I do. They're just all in the trading post. Well, no, actually, maybe not. Maybe they're not. In the shop that you're in, I haven't grabbed anything. Actually, hold on. Let's just do this. Okay, so I do have raw gems around. What else do you need? Chat, what's your favorite beverage? Go. You think Emily's a bot? Yeah, I don't think Emily's a person, but... Green glass. Fuck. Okay, well, let's do this. It's not logs. I would probably actually say water. Well, okay, hold on. Let me check something. Was it Patty that wanted to bring lasting peace to the world? No, you want to make a masterwork. It's one of the named dwarves. Travanoid? You dream of mastering a skill. Easer, maybe? Nope. But you do need new clothes. Specifically, everything. Okay, well, let's buy all of these bars. And we'll just spend a bunch of money on them. Also going to buy these bins of cloth. And that's going to be everything we buy. Once it's a high enough value. There we go. Great. They seem happy. Take you off, and then I'm going to do that and that. Okay. Okay, well... Rock, rough gems, cut gems, raw green glass, log. Repeat. Beer is in fact expensive by the pint, yeah. Well, okay, so I've got two problems right now. I want to save that dwarf. I would like to name or select a dwarf to be made into a royal. I'd like somebody with a fun life goal, you know, like attaining a rank in society or something. I mean, there's the outpost liaison. But in order for them to have a fun goal,
Crypt beer.
I have to look through their descriptions. Gonzo Gorilla, thanks for the 10th month, mate. What's up, dude? How is things? I hope you're doing well. You know, like lasting peace would be a good one. Dreams of ruling the world. Bathing the world in chaos would also be fun. But on the flip side, I want to, like, not let that dwarf die making that artifact, because I haven't actually lost anybody yet. And I think that that would be a shame if we did. Oh, Bonesaw is the one who wants to bring lasting peace to the world. What do you think, chat? Is Bonesaw ready? It's like clear zircon, grizzly bear leather, hemp fabric, and pigs for their sense of smell. Doesn't like particular items, which I think is good. He has low stamina and hates cooperation and is bad with words. For skills, an expert student, skilled comedian, so he's funny. He's a competent persuader. He's satisfied at work, likes his job, leads an unexciting life, so he's bored. Wants to practice a martial art. All right, Bonesaw must be ready then. I just have to find him in the list. Rinde. 1000% just went right past it, probably. Am I crazy, or has nobody claimed a dwarf in a while? Boom. Bonesaw is now ready. We're gonna request some metal bars again. And scepters is what they would like. All right. Here's hoping you like your new job soon. Bonesaw. Still on cooldown? Is it really? Oh yeah, I guess, okay, Vaca got it not too long ago. I was sitting here thinking, like, has nobody claimed it? I thought nobody had claimed it in a while. But no, I'm just dumb. Let's just say 1 bin in that stockpile. Dwarves are slowly getting trousers. UGDPY is being nominated to get a dwarf. Chat room. UGDPY would like to nominate themselves to be dwarfed. Did they get a dwarf? Yes or no? Yes or no? Wire N. Okay, now what kind of dwarf does UGDPY get? Oh shit. Our strange mood dwarf here just decided to go start collecting things. I'm not sure what changed. Maybe it really just was they needed raw green glass. We must have run out of it again. Keep using it for all of the artifacts. So there's part, This seems fine. Just a giant random surprise dead honey badger. Well, at least they got it. That's kind of funny. There's now honey badger teeth down here. Are you gonna clean that up? Gosh, messy dwarves. Well, turns out honey badger too gross to, you know, be dealt with. So we'll go down here and make these into that. And let's get rid of these teeth. No, not that button. That button. And this button. And that button. No, 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 no. Gotta do that manually. There we go. There it goes, all over the edge. Evening, Zabine. Hope things are good. I think we're gonna go over to here and get rid of this as well. That is kind of funny, though. Oh, wow. Vaka the Glassmaker has created Ulol Liban, a green glass crown, and offers it to the Hot Sparks. I think that that is a crown that is being made in celebration of us acquiring such a glorious, noble position. This is a green glass crown. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular obsidian cabochons and decorated with marquee cut green glass gems, and encircled with bands of oval cut green glass gems and date palm wood and bands of oval cut green glass gems. And date palm wood and pear cut precious fire opals. This object is adorned with hanging rings of obsidian, menaces with spikes of green glass and obsidian. On the item is an image of Gmur sunk-weighted the tiger, which of course is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the tiger in the Forests of Speech in 36. On the item is an image of another image of the tiger in red tourmaline. It, of course, relates to the settling of the tiger in the Forests of Speech in 36. That is a fancy-ass little crown. So I need to figure out where I'm going to put the Baron's quarters and throne room. I'm thinking... It's not getting me very far in life, honestly. I'm thinking we maybe extend this walkway a little bit. And it goes like up here, basically. I think that could be pretty rad. That is Yo. Mm-hmm. That sounds like a something, sure. I don't know how Yo is defined in this sentence, but I think that's where our noble is going to live. It's a fair enough. I also missed the it part. Trevor in VR, we'll see you when we see you, dude. Take care of yourself, mate. Crown for the Bone Baron. And they get their $21,000 crown right off the bat. They're not going to get the 30,000 Dwarf buck animal cage, but they are in fact getting that very expensive crown. But enjoy the movie. What movie are you going to go see? Trevor, if I can ask. I mean, Bonesaw is ready to be a noble, is what I would say. Well, that's a pretty good example of how today has been. How has your day been, Devilish? We also built a pyramid on top of a volcano. And there's apparently an agitated honey badger mangled foot on it. Well, that's kind of gross. Anyway, some migrants have arrived, apparently. So I should probably start making bedrooms again pretty soon. First 8-hour day in the past 3 weeks for you, so that's nice. Instead of doing like stupid overtime. So I know you've done quite a bit of overtime. It's the season where our potato is very tired. Is the simple version. Also, this area over here. This over here needs to get roofed off. Who's gonna be your dwarf? Oh, right, yeah. We have to give you a dwarf, don't we? Got distracted. Chat room, what kind of dwarf does UGDPY get? Because we did agree to give them a dwarf. So what kind of dwarf are we gonna give them? Thanks for reminding me. A farmer? I wonder if I even have a farmer. Because I'm literally not farming at all. I do have a herbalist. Ooh, let's give him a brewer. Why not a brewer? How about a brewer who's currently sleeping in an artifact bed and is embarrassed about it? You ungrateful little dupe. He does not trust others, often feels lustful, does not particularly interest in what other think of him. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He lives a fast-paced life, and he has a calm demeanor. He has an active imagination, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He tries to do things correctly each time, and does not go out of his way to help others. He mutters under his breath when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time. A brewer and a baby maker? Well, let him cook, as they say. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and finds romance distasteful, sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotion, and values tradition. He doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important and doesn't really value skills related to fighting, but dreams of mastering a crafting a masterwork. He likes obsidian, so he'll love it here. Zinc, cherry opal, crystal glass, the color lavender, blush, stars, and the words of the lark of Caverding, and when possible, he prefers to consume sloth bear, whip wine, and goat's milk, and rice flour, and absolutely hates rats. And he's interested in learning about glassmaking. And he doesn't have any family or friends, and probably only just got here. He's been here since summertime, so it's autumn now. He's been here for a season and a bit. I'm sure he's got plenty of time. And we continue to go around the edges. That's... And this. And then the top of this is just going to get ceilinged off. Others watching him sleeping in luxury. This is true. Also, one of those artifact beds is going to be Bonesaw's new bed.
This guy, PSSSSH.
Wait, what? What's up, ice hockey player? Are you talking about the dwarf that's just, like, unsatisfied sleeping on the artifact bed? But hello. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for the 17th month, mate. Good to have you. What, that they've been looking at me funny? And have silently been saying, go to sleep. No? Why? Should I have noticed something different about the trees? Also, I don't know if you're talking about in Dwarf Fort or in real life. Peasant for you, if possible. You do realize they will not stay a peasant. I hope. But if you are okay with them not staying a peasant, I can in fact give you a peasant, probably. I should have one. Yeah, it's spring right now, and the leaves came out at the normal time. So, nothing weird here. I always want to read your name as Alaska, and I know I've said this before. Alicasa. What kind of... Do you want a beard or no beard? I got two peasants. One lady and one man. Do you want boy dwarf or girl dwarf? I've got the bet there for you. Boy dwarf? Like Amazon Alexa. Sure, but it doesn't change the fact that it always throws me off when I read it. Oops, not that one. You want the other one. Not Lorbam. You want... Vekar. This one. Alexa. Is quite polite, rarely happy or enthusiastic, often feels discouraged and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. Occasionally overindulges, needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally values cunning and sees merrymaking as a waste. Likes lignite, zinc and brown zircon, hippo leather and the color dark tan, gems and short swords and sheep for their wool, the words of the fuchsia satin and the sound of the zephyr of glimmers and the sight of the diamond silver of impossible prefers to consume sorghum beer and absolutely hates oysters. And his hair is extremely long. He is average in size. His wide-set aquamarine eyes are sunken. His hair is buff and his skin is ecru, and his nose is somewhat narrow. There's a bunch of family in the fort, and his nephew lives here. Worships a good few gods, and wants to pray to his gods, and is bitter after getting into an argument, but satisfied after meeting a queen's. Also, it only just occurred to me that you noticed anything strange about the trees this year. That you're talking to Devilish, who works with trees. I'm smart. Don't mind me. Ooh, I know what I can do with the metal bars. I can use them to make railings on this. I feel like that'd be pretty cool. It's like, well, that makes sense. These are all suspended. Gonna say, and there's some dead things. Surrounding lands have been made a barony. Is there... Okay, no, there isn't agitated animals. I don't know why those all got forbidden. A little odd, actually. Well, let's start filling this in up here. That's nearly done. You can go there. You can go there. And then I'm going to need to start felling a whole bunch of trees. Because I'm going to, I think, make maybe not quite this, but a good chunk of this into my front door. It's going to go down through all these water things, puddles, down to probably about this layer right here. Elves are going to be pissed. Yeah, especially because I have a barony now, right? It's fine. They'll learn to deal with it. Hopefully. I'm sure they're a mature bunch. We'll have discussions. I'll give them gifts. It'll be fine. Hopefully. What could possibly go wrong? I am going to have to dig quite a bit. Which is just the way of things. You've never seen the elves overreact? Yeah, me neither. I found a dead goat. I like the fact that there's a dead goat in the church. Somebody is just over there RPing like Satan. Satanism. I'm sure it's going just well for them. Dwarves are also super busy. I think we can do better than a cashew wooden chair. What do you think, chat? What do I have for bars right now? Ooh, an electrum throne? Chat, black bronze throne, Billen throne, or electrum? Rose gold. Rose gold, black bronze, Billen, or electrum. What am I making my throne out of? Seems like chat wants the pink throne. I'm seeing pink throne. I'm seeing a lot of like rose gold. Rose gold, black bronze, rose. It would go best with black and green, but that one's rose. Call the throne the Pepto-Bismol throne. All hail the Holy Lord of Pepto. Sometimes it is something that feels like a legendary holy substance. Okay, so I'm running low on booze. But it appears to be happening, so it's fine. Making pineapple and whip vine drinks from the looks of things. So we're gonna go up here, do this, and this. And up there, do this. This. And I'm going to make this all into an office. It seems so much less exciting when you make it into an office. The Baron of FireOrb. What a name, dude. He's happy with his opulent throne room, which doesn't even have a throne in it. But it is, in fact, a throne room of opulence. I'm going to channel down a layer right here. And actually, we're going to channel down all the way along to the end here, as well as part way across the side there. Then over here, that's going to be his dining room. And behind that is going to be his bedroom. What, that it would fit the room the best? Ah, that's fine. I mean, I'm sure that it would fit the room the best, but that's not really the worry here, per se. I'm not too worried about how much it fits one way or another. Don't you love it, living in a city, when every now and again you just hear honk, and it's just this person leaning on their horn? It's like, no, I don't really care what just happened to you, but like, really have to do that? It's like, honestly, I do not care how bad this supposed almost accident you just about got your dumb ass in. I don't need to hear you honk for 40 seconds. They're still honking. For reference. Oh, hey, they stopped. Cool. Since I'm complaining about city nonsense, when are we all just going to accept as a society that car alarms don't work? And get rid of them? Just make them illegal? You just realized the last time you watched a Twitch stream, it was anti-hot dub to TOS change day. Sounds like you pay attention to very, very, very different parts of Twitch than I do, because I have no idea what that means. And I also don't care. I could care less about the rules of the hot tubs on Twitch. Don't work. The vast majority of the reasons they go off is because some nonsense is happening or the driver hit the wrong button. And every single time I've seen somebody carjack a car, the alarm hasn't benefited the safety of the car. And I've seen people carjack a car without the alarm go off. So when are we just going to admit to ourselves as a society that car alarms don't work and are just like a scourge/annoyance on society? If they did work, people would put them on their bicycles. Car alarms allowed you to catch a thief. I refuse to believe this. I call it propaganda and will ignore any statements and questions that continue this subject. So I will just simply smile and nod and say, I disagree, you're wrong. Even if you're right. I don't like car alarms. They drive me nuts. That's a good, as seen on TV device, car alarm for your bike. I mean, I also think that people should just not own cars if they're worried about people stealing them, because they'll steal them whether or not they have an alarm. But, you know, it's fine. Just because I live in a world where I'll never be able to drive means it's easy for me to tell people to bend to my wills. Random parking in a nearby parking lot. Yep. Cars are stupid in cities. Most people don't need them in cities, but it's okay. Because people are too stuck in their ways and habits to ever change, which is the way of things. Change is not going to come. I mean, you know, we have bike lanes being put in everywhere, and, like, city is changing slightly for the better. However, it's not actually going to have an effect on anything in the long term, because as long as people are told you are a small child, wimpy baby who doesn't have any real value to society unless you own a pickup truck, as long as that marketing sticks around and is legal, people will own cars. Doesn't matter if they bankrupt themselves in the process. And usually they do. Bicycle bells are nice and soft and make a nice little ding ding. And don't, you know, bother anybody. Just ask the person who's walking in the bike lane to please stop walking in the bike lane. So what about bike bells? Be making a masterwork. This will be a bedroom. This bedroom is going to belong to our Baron once I remove my Baron's bedroom, which is these quarters. I really hate that take. Alia Shad, whose name I always butcher as well, but I really hate that take. You create a daydream of your own reality. The reason I hate it is because it removes all accountability from people doing dumb shit. So, that take sucks. That's all I have to say. 5, 6, sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't think it's wise to let people willingly ignore accountability. I still hate that take. Like, my statement still stands. I think it's a really bad take. Yes, Celestars. This is in fact a glass fort. And there we go. We just need to make him a tomb. That's it. I'm thinking the tomb goes down here. We dig out this, and then his tomb goes underneath him. You're just checking. Yeah, well, it's definitely on cooldown. Hey, at least you actually have a cooldown timer now, because the bot randomly implemented that feature without telling me. Which I think is a good thing. I'm glad it did. It needed that feature. That probably isn't the right material. Well, I guess glass it is. I was gonna use obsidian, but I don't actually have enough, so glass it is. I was not expecting to have this bedroom done so fast, but here we are. Man, player counts for Path Vacra continuing to rise. That's nice to see. Very sort of slowly. We will be streaming some more of that tonight, too. Just because I want to play some more of it, more than anything. And it's got the double overwhelmingly positive again, which is really cool. All the dwarves come running in. I think at the back here, we'll make this into some phalite blocks. We'll do that. Of inbred pit bulls. I mean, I don't know if I would compare pit bulls to, like... Because pit bulls is cute dog, right? Whereas necromancer experiments are Frankenstein's monster, basically. So I don't know if I would compare pit bulls to Frankenstein's monster. That's kind of harsh to some pretty cute dogs out there. All right, so we are getting an ad break in not too long, but and there, oh, nope, not the mayor. Sorry, mayor. Mayor was very happy for a second there. And just like that, Bonesaw, Baron of FireOrb, is fully happied out. Meanwhile, my mayor is missing a cabinet. There's green glass, clear glass, and crystal glass. Crystal glass is kind of a pain to make because it requires rock crystal. Clear glass requires wood and ash. And I think it's pearl ash, right? And green glass is just sand. And I have to say that clear glass is one of the most annoying things to make. When they just out of nowhere suddenly demand it. It's like, god damn it. Okay, since everybody has new trousers, what are we doing on cloth? A whole bunch of wool. Let's do, what's your, you need new shoes. Do shirts. Let's do silk shirt and just say, not that button, this button. You can make 80 silk shirts. Because everybody's got pants now. I mean, there's a lot of dog breeds that are pretty crazily inbred to, you know, make new dog breed. Most breeds are inbred. It's the reason why purebred dogs are often harder to control, right? And also often are predisposed to some weird health problems depending on the type of... What's the word? Type of breed. And I've been learning way too much more about that recently because I watched too much of Girl with the Dogs. I still maintain, probably the best channel on YouTube right now. Pugs with their eyes popping out? Yeah, you know, like that's normal problems that dogs have. Like pugs' eyes popping out because they fell on their nose. Pugs are not very smart either. They are adorable though, I will give them that. The best dog is a goose? Funny looking dog, but okay. 2 pieces of raw green glass, obsidian blocks, cave spider silk cloth, obsidian blocks, 2 pieces of wood, and a boulder of obsidian. Any bets on what that dwarf makes? Toulon the glassmaker. Married to Travanoid. This is a pretty cool little throne room, I think. I'm gonna go into here. I'm gonna make wooden minecart. Make 3. I'm also going to make wooden wheelbarrow. And we're gonna make 10. I don't know why I changed the number because it was already set to 10 and then I just readjusted it from 10 back to and left it on 10 again. And I'm going to put an infinity stockpile in here. Boulders. For other stone varieties. Although I do need to check, is obsidian in other stone? You only made 33 bedrooms in the last 4 hours, and that's going to take some time. You need 80 to do... Oh, boy. I mean, you said you are making them 20 by 20, right? Unless I'm confusing you with somebody else that was talking earlier. I do think it's kind of funny that the only animals I'm getting as agitated wilds are literally just the occasional random giant honey badger. Which is... kind of very fitting. It makes a lot of sense to me. It's like, yeah, well, of course. That's just normal honey badger, like, behavior. Toulon the Glassmaker has created FireOrb Zungolnikat. A green glass earring, and claims it is a family heirloom. Ooh. Well, where's your bedroom, then? Right over here? Okay. In that case, we'll put your earring in your bedroom. You have some that are up to 40. Why so big? Now that actually is a large bedroom. I have a question. How are you filling them up with things to make them look interesting? Otherwise, they'd just be like a big empty floor. Like, the reason this is about the sweet spot for me is this is around the size that I can feel that I can pretty easily and consistently, like, just fill it up with stuff and make it look cool. Kind of funny to see a field of sheep that look like they all have the same face. You're not wrong. Green glass earring. Wink. Statues, multiple windows. Cabinets and multiple windows. There you go. This is a field of inbred sheep. I know that War Sim has dwarves that can be inbred and humans that can be inbred as like possible modifiers for their race. So if they're inbred, it literally takes one line of text out of the ASCII faces and squishes them down one, which is really funny to me. This is a green glass earring. All Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round obsidian cabochons and decorated with date palm wood and encircled with bands of cushion obsidian cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of giant cave spider silk and obsidian and date palm wood. On the item is an image of ashen flax, the green glass vial in green glass. On the item is an image of the taut ships, the green glass animal trap in green glass. On the item is an image of the lost esteem, the minotaur in cave spider silk. The lost esteem is traveling. The artwork relates to the wandering of the minotaur, the lost esteem in the forests of speech in the late spring of 30. What, it's ASCII faces just like with one layer removed? I mean, it's pretty funny if you think about it. Because it's a pretty good way to depict, like, the face of a creature that's been inbred in ASCII. Okay. Time to begin digging. Did you just lose a bunch of tickets, Ranger Rick? All you had? Rip. Well, press F for Ranger Rick's tickets. It's not rigged. It's exactly as unfair as you expect it to be. Come on. Yeah, who brought the Hoover vacuum to the ticket redemption machine? That's just cheating. Put on your headset and you heard press F. What did you mean? Oh, okay. Nothing. Disregarding. What's wrong with you? Dizzy? Ah, Wuggy McWuggy. Loosely cave adapted. These dwarves, Simply just getting a shower. Some very, very basic swimming lessons. Now, the thing I don't quite know is, do I go down a layer with the road and keep digging down? That might be what I do. Because I would kind of have to go a little further out. Yeah, that's probably what we do. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. What'd you miss? You stepped away to get tea? Nothing major. I am starting to make my defense. Defenses, even. Let's widen this by 2. Don't wear full plate armor when swimming. Yeah, that seems like sound advice. I gotta say. It always kind of amazes me how quickly grass grows in this game. Also, Tapioc, I hope you're doing well, dude. How's things been? What you been up to? Holy shit, we've been streaming for 8 hours. Magical how that happens. Oh, look, more water. So, you want to know what I haven't done yet in this fort? I haven't started any kind of farming whatsoever. It's the first thing I haven't done yet. The second thing I haven't done yet is I haven't started like any kind of water industry. So I have absolutely no well and absolutely no farming. I'm kind of amazed that this fort is as functional as it is. The third cavern layer in your fort, should you be greedy, lad, before I retire and move on to the next? Well, I mean, are you playing on the beta? Because if you are, you're just making a cool location for your adventurers. So it depends on what kind of location you would like for your adventurers, really. Okay, so let's go 2 more out. A neat fort in a tropical biome lately. You got a pair of giant turtles and several rhinos growing flax. Oh, that's cool. Sounds like a chill little fort. Be a shame if something were to happen to it. What? No. Just had a dwarf knocked himself out, exploding a tree. Unfortunate. You've been alternating forts and adventure? Well, it depends on whether or not you want it to be a hard fort to explore or an easy fort to explore, then. What I would say. You know what? I think I'm just going to not worry so much about where I'm digging. This will be fine. This will be fine. I have lots of faith, and I have it on good authority that digging like this will be fine. We do serrated glass discs? Maybe. Possible. I haven't really, like... All I know is lava's going to be at the bottom of this, because it's going to be filled up from over there. But that's about it. That's all I really know. That's the only detail I specifically know about this, is that I'm going to be doing, like, serrated glass discs. Or, sorry, not serrated glass discs. Is that this is going to be... the only thing I really know is that this is going to be where I defend things. It's going to be full of lava. That and this lever is getting kind of hard to get to. That's the other thing I know. Well, setting up for a fort for an adventurer to come. You're going to make a moose man armor. Ooh, moose man. Gonna be a very Canadian adventurer, eh? Yeah, I haven't fully decided what I want to do with adventurers for this here fort. Like, I would like to bring some over. I still need to go get my elephant min at some point. The Grand Gelder that everybody loves so much. But outside of that, I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do with adventurers in this fort. I don't really have anything set or planned. I'm getting too attached to your dwarves, planning 2-man female dwarf militia. Interesting. But I mean, hey, if you're attached to your dwarves, then the game is working as intended, so I would say that's a good thing. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to dig a little thingy here. Probably over to here. This is true. Do you still embark at light aquifer sites? Here's the thing. I don't do the same thing on any embark. There's usually an aquifer on maps that I embark on because it's pretty rare for there to not be an aquifer somewhere. This map doesn't have an aquifer. So, this is the first map in a while I've been on that doesn't have an aquifer anywhere on it. So, do I usually? I mean, I have nothing against aquifers. In fact, I kind of feel naked without them. Also, no problem, Devin. Okay, that's a thing that people have talked about many times, Curious Salon. And all I have to say is, that's a bad feature that I never want. I will never, ever, ever, as long as I play this game, want a feature that disables one of the most useful features in the game, which is the game automatically stopping you from digging. I know. But people still ask me why I don't use DF hack every day, which is very strange. I just don't understand why anybody else wants it. Drowning is fun, apparently, to a lot of people. It's very kind of you. I'm glad that you're not. I was keeping track for a bit today. We got up to 4. But I kind of stopped after the 4th. Okay. It still doesn't change the fact that I think it's a bad feature. Condor. Making masterpiece shirts. But it's okay. There are many features that DF Hack has that I think are bad features. Doesn't mean they can't exist. Actually, I think I can just build over top of this, right? Is that a moat? Not really. But it is gonna have lava underneath it. But I wouldn't really call it a moat. I feel like a moat kind of has to go around a thing entirely, right? Whereas this isn't going to go around the whole thing. It's just kind of going along. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the long singular tile-wide walkway and then like retracting bridges on either side. Where we're going to do this? It's a future magma pond for fishing. Yes, that is true. What about merchants? That's what the drawbridges will be for. Because when the drawbridges are open, which will be most of the time, things can just walk right onto it. When the drawbridges aren't open, well then, I can open fire with Mark's dwarves that'll be in the walls on either side. May I dwarf? Absolutely you may. What kind of dwarf do you want to dwarf? We have a bit of a variety here. I'm not... Oh, clothes making? I guess clothes making demonstration would be happening in the Craftsdwarf shop. Or the Craftsdwarf's Guild. We have many glass makers, as you can tell. No, it's okay. My dwarves won't dodge into lava. The enemies will, though. Okay, Deli. Thank you for your statement about a piece of software we're aware of the existence of. The lie maker? You want to lie about something? I also like napping, so I agree with the lying. 3 shake break. Whoop. The elves have arrived to trade. She's never in the slightest bit cheerful about anything, and is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She is losing his place in where he's reading. She is unable to make decisions without a great deal of input from others. She is trusting. She forms strong emotional bonds with others, at times to her detriment, and she does not find most jokes humorous. She strongly prefers discussion and ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues, and she tends to not feel lustful. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to spread this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and she prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. She is curious and eager to learn. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her, occasionally overindulges, and when she's nervous, she clicks her tongue. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather. I think I need to make more bolts, actually. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally values a harmonious existence. She likes graphite and billin and honey badger tooth, the color sandy taupe, and earrings and giant pangolins for their overlapping scales. And the words of the West Silvers, and when possible, prefers to consume puffin, you monster, and dwarven wine, and absolutely hates large roaches. Her amethyst eyes are wide set. She has a broad, prominent chin. Her lips are very thin, and her ears are free-lobed. She worships Okang, has no friends, and is a member of the past sect. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for the new dwarf? Congratulations on the dwarfing. I cannot fully describe how often I stop myself from making endorphins puns while playing this video game. It's like a dozen times a day, maybe more. And there we go. You have disrespected the trees in this area, really. And this is what we have come to expect from your stunted kind. Further abuse cannot be tolerated. Let this be a warning to you. Huh. What's my beer of choice? It changes annually, I would say. I like dark beers in the winter and kind of like dark lagers and darker colored beers in the winter, thicker beers, stuff that you can drink slowly. I don't like Guinness. I think it's trash. I do like dark beers though. And in kind of the spring and summer, I like pale ales and lighter colored beers. Heineken is also trash. Don't like that. Yes, I like cheese as well. Good food. But yeah, it's porters and stouts in the winters, kind of IPAs in falls, lagers and pale ales in the summer. But I don't really have beer at home anymore. I find that if I have beer at home, I just drink it. So I try to have... the only alcohol I have at home is like whiskey and vodka generally because I don't drink it outside of special occasions. It's easy for me to not drink nicer alcohol, whereas it's not particularly easy for me to not drink nicer alcohol, if that makes any sense. So if it's like, or not as nice alcohol. So if I buy beer, I will just drink it. If I buy like a 12-pack, I'll just drink it. Oh yeah. Well, here's the thing. I don't absolutely detest Guinness. I do absolutely detest like Molson Canadian though. Molson's pretty disgusting. Which is literally all one of my neighbors drinks. Like, I'll drink a Guinness if it's the only thing on tap that's drinkable. But it's not very good. I won't enjoy it. I'll put it that way. They're good craft beers up in Canada. Vancouver is very comparable to Portland. In fact, I think at one point we had more breweries than Portland in Vancouver. I tried smoked beer. I've had several smoked beers, yes. Eastern Canada, I don't like Eastern Canada beer that much. I think it's probably just the lack of like clean, fresh water that isn't, from a lake the size of an ocean. Because there's something about like beer from Quebec and like Ontario and stuff that like misses a lot more for me than it hits. It just tastes off. It's hard to explain. But I do really like West Coast beer. And having had stuff from all the way from California, all the way up to Vancouver, all the way up to Alaska, beer-wise, I can say that West Coast Canada has very good beer. Neither of those are possible to get in Canada, the bean. I haven't been easily able to access American beer outside of going to the U.S. Since Trump got elected. He changed a bunch of import laws, which made it exorbitantly expensive to get smaller brands of beer in Canada. So, thanks, America. I haven't had Ballast Point in Canada. I've had Ballast Point outside of Canada, just as an example. Ballast Point 6-packs went from about $18. I could buy like a 6-pack of like bottles from Ballast Point pre-2016 for like $18. Now a 6-pack is closer to 30, so like, you know, because of inflation. But the price then doubled. They were like, it was about $40 a 6-pack for a while there while they were still importing it, and then they just stopped. Because it's bad beer, Ranger Rick. Yeah, currently, the last smoked beer I had was Driftwood Brewing, which is a Victoria, BC brewery. Makes a... They don't even bottle it, I don't think. I'm pretty sure it's like just an on-tap thing around local pubs. But they make a smoked Kolsch, which is ridiculously good. I have not heard of a very generic name like John Smith's. No, I've not had it. I'm not familiar with it. I've never heard of it. But again, if it's an American brewery, I would never find it here. Maui Brewing? Yep, no, I've never heard of it. But coconut porters I've had in the past have been very good. It's like, that's like, it's generic McGeneric name. Like, why don't you just name it Michael Armstrong? Like, it's hard to get like more generic man's name than that. It's 2:30 a.m. You have a good night, UGDP wine. There are over 600 breweries in your area and you don't even drink? That's fine. It's good for you. Also, question, if you don't drink, why are you asking me about smoked beer? Why are you curious about smoked beer? Hold on a second. I have to go check the door. Sorry, I had to deal with neighbors. It's guy name, guy last name, yeah. John Smith is about as generic as you can get. Foothills Brewery here in North Carolina is quite tasty. Yeah, I mean, there's tasty, like, craft beer everywhere. The thing that, like, bothers me about craft beer is when people are like, my city has best craft beer and everybody else's craft beer sucks. Because that is true for literally everybody who lives somewhere that has good craft beer. Because you're biased towards the place that you're from. You know, there's actually less John Smiths than one might expect because it's seen as a generic name. So you're saying that the Smiths families tend to not name their kids John? I mean, okay. So this is a very, like, video game thought chat, but there is a child that lives in the building, or the building next door, I'm not sure, that occasionally shouts, hey, really loudly. And the age and sound of their voice makes them sound like fucking Navi. That's all. Just thought I'd share. Like a what? Like
Over
Navi.
here, he has a sword.
She's just like, hey! Every now and again, and it's like, oh my god. You don't think you know the word. Oh my god. Well, I guess I feel old now. Somebody not knowing who Navi is kind of shocking to me. More of a curio? How so? I guess I don't see how it's a curio, I suppose. It's just a style of beer. And it's a style of beer that can be quite tasty. You haven't played much Zelda? Fun fact, I've never finished that particular Legend of Zelda. But how do you exist on planet Earth without knowing about Navi and, hey, listen, especially as somebody who plays video games? Like, that's just the impressive bit to me, is that somebody has actually managed to somehow miss one of the most annoying video game characters in video games. Oh man, I wanted to trade with them. They bring anything fun? They brought a Jaguar. No. Sag. You're ashamed? You better be. Or don't be, I don't know. If anything, I would say you're winning. If you don't know who Navi is. It's probably for the best, if anything. All right, that's number one. So this is what I'm doing in order to make it so that caravans can get in through this way. So we're gonna get these bridges all the way around. Has a last name of, ooh. Okay, so many websites broke because the last name must be longer than 2 characters. So there's a space in my last name. The number of times I've had a hard time getting onto an airplane because the printout system doesn't understand that it has to print both halves of my last name and thinks half of my last name is a middle name and prints it as a middle name. It's very, way more often than it should be, is the easy way of putting it. Like, it's never actually stopped me from getting onto a plane. However, it's come pretty close. And it's tried pretty hard a few times. I think that craft beer specifically works in a pretty heavy fad economy, meaning fads happen. And when a fad happens in a, like, fad economy, everybody tries to replicate it. So while something might be rather uncommon, the second it becomes a fad, it becomes extremely common. And smoked beers, at least here, are what I would describe as one of the current in things for the craft beer economy. Like, I like craft beer a lot, but it's a very predictable, silly thing at the same time. And personally, from what I can tell, smoked beers are one of the current in things. I'm gonna have to widen this, aren't I? All right. Wait, I made that too long, like significantly too long. I'm still gonna need to widen it though. It is actually something that amazes me about kids though, just being able to hear kids right now through the window, sort of. I'm amazed at how long they can consistently scream for. will never cease to amaze me. It's like, I don't remember being able to do that when I was younger. Jesus. You had a bourbon barrel-aged beer a few years ago, yeah, bourbon barrel-aged beer was the in thing a few years ago, and thankfully there's still a couple breweries I know that make that stuff because I love it. I realize some people hate it, but I do actually really like a good barrel-aged beer. I have no idea how this happened considering I have no farming, but apparently we have a farmers guild that is formed, so I guess I should make a farmers guild? Maybe now is when I actually start farming. The good ones were really, really good? Yeah, that's probably the best way to refer to it. Is like when they're good, they're really good, but they can also be pretty bad. I certainly had some bad bourbon barrel-aged beer. It's also very difficult to say. German bourbon. Sure. And I'm gonna go all the way down to here. This might be the shallowest fort I've spent any length of time in. Do you have any tips on locating the origins of miasma on the map? Pause, and then just move your mouse around. And just look for it. Because the way I would find it is literally just be like, oh, there's miasma here. All right, well, where is it? Is it 2 layers down? Is it 2 layers up? Where's it coming from? And just slowly, like, mouse around until you find it. Yeah, one of my favorite breweries only made barrel-aged stuff, and they shut down a while ago, and it makes me sad. Makes me very sad that they shut down. I miss them greatly. Is it weird that the word stinky is almost becoming, like, moist for me? It's like, moist doesn't bother me, but the overuse of the word stinky is. And I don't know why. It's very strange. It's a unique experience for me. I've never felt this way about a word before. But I'm getting there. It's like a word that was very infrequently used. I know, suddenly it's like everywhere for some reason. Feckin'? Is that even a word? Sure it is, but like... You barely hear people use it? I've started to see it used a lot recently, is the best way to put it. And let's do this. So that's our way out. You can go there. And there you go. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to stop you from using the word. Like, go nuts. I don't care. To me, feck is just a Eminem bit. Or fack, I guess, is an Eminem bit. Okay, we're gonna go down here. And then I do need a method of draining lava. So it's gonna go all the way off. Although actually, it's gonna raise that up a layer. This will be fine. And also look kind of cool. No problem, Radiation. Over in the YouTube chat. Happy to help. The other lever I need to connect is this one. This one probably is going to be for drainage. Here comes some water. It's chugging down and in. Kind of exciting. That one's going to be next. It's Irish fucking English. Is that what that is? Well, I don't know. I, for one, like Irish accents. So I'm not sure. I could make this go one layer deeper. And if I did, then you'd have a layer down here as well. I don't need to do that. I could do that. It's not necessary, but might look kind of cool. But I'm not sure. What do you guys think? Should I make this go one layer deeper, starting right about here? It would make it take longer to fill, but would then give us a big lava reservoir down here. Regardless, I think it's gonna look kind of rad. It's that's a popular one traditionally stored in oak barrels. I've never heard of that one. The competitive order has many worshippers in FireOrb and now requires a temple and a priest. The competitive order. I'll bet you they get along just great with other religions in the fort, right? It's a name like the competitive order. Can you use an all-stone stockpile and then have multiple stockpiles, quantum stockpiles coming off of it? Yeah, you can use give-take stockpiles for that. I mean, I'm just using this, which is pretty effective. It's also every single time we do construction, the dwarves run under this, which helps quell down the cave adaptation. We're also going to need more bedrooms pretty soon. Or Fortress Abraham. Elaborate. I'd like to know how deep this concept goes. Although what I will say is, why everything have to be fucking biblical all the time? We have other made-up scripts from history that we could come up with. Guild Hall. Farmer Hall. The Whiskered Frogs is the name of the Farmer Hall. Okay. Works for me. That's one. I just realized that we have cats. Well, that's good, I suppose. And also puppies. I'm gonna go over here. I'll make a puppy spot. And also we're gonna do this and place an animal training zone. Puppy spot. Dog. And pup. And let's go. Uh-oh, we got an agitated giant honey badger in a tree. Oh no! Whatever shall we do? Anyways. That is kind of funny. Is the prophet Urus Landwalk? Urus Landwalk unfortunately perished, which makes me sad. I miss that dwarf. Convert everyone to monotheism. I mean, I have a question. You do realize that it's not possible to convert somebody into a different religion in Dwarf Fortress, right? Like, at all. It'd be cool if it was, but it's not. A religious victory is not a win condition in Dwarf Fort. So the only way to get rid of a religion or stop people from worshiping one is to kill literally every single person in the world who worships it. So he's not exactly very diplomatic. Not to my knowledge, Tapiok. I mean, if I'm wrong, please do tell, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. Why? Because that's the way the game is. I don't actually have more of an answer than that. I'm pretty sure they can't pick up a second religion, but their wagons have bypassed past the inaccessible site. Well, I mean, you decided to show up right here, wagons. Wagon havers. That's not my fault. Already annoyed the elves so much as is, and you're making me annoy them more. God damn it. These elves are not going to be very happy. I mean, they're already not happy, but they're going to be less happy. Lava solves lots of issues? Sure. But I'd rather not have issues. You know, if I had the option. What are we doing tonight? We are doing nothing tonight. I don't know what TN stands for here. Same thing we do every night. Play video games on the internet and yell at chat. What are you doing? Hey, Baroness is an awesome band and that has put out some phenomenal albums over the years, and you would dump them in lava? Tisk. I don't know what if I was in Tennessee, I would also be asking the same question, I guess then. What am I doing in Tennessee? Not tonight. Maybe that's why they didn't make it in. Because of the bits that weren't finished being built. What do you guys think of my front door so far? I think it's quite pretty. You wish you could game like I do? This is my job, though. The Baron Bonesaw of FireOrb meets with the human keeper of the seal, Kakpoth Pibangrith. Noble dwarf, there's much to discuss, they say. What's such a pleasant place you've carved out for yourselves? There is much to share, and they've added information to the civilization and world info. Is this built up enough? Here should be. Okay, well, it's time to make a second temple. Of the for the competitive order. But yeah, as far as the religion stuff goes in Dwarf Fortress, it's all very, very early days still for the religion mechanics. And something else I'm going to do is I'm going to make this stockpile quite a bit bigger. I'm going to increase the number of wheelbarrows on it. Whoa! Oh. Actually, that's probably the human royal escort, if I had to bet. Construction is nearly done. Got a dwarf constructing the building. It's taking a long time. I wanted people to laugh while they... Blah, 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 blah. You're very happy to hear that. Wait, what? What's happening, Ulfsar? Did I miss something? Path of Act was... Oh, I see. You saying Path of Act was too fun. Gotcha. Also, hi, Elfie. Hopefully your day's been good. You know, releasing video games and Steam and such. It's a noble feat. Once that's done, I can open the door and begin filling this sucker. We'll see if it'll actually fill up. The adrenaline's starting to fade, coming back down to reality, I guess. I mean, hopefully it's you get a solid paycheck out of the release, because that's generally what you need from a release. It's just a big pile of money. Doesn't matter if it is like, you know, an everlasting pile of money, but here's hoping you got a big pile of money and you're good for a bit. And next time you release a game, hopefully you get a pile of money sooner in the development cycle. I think that's how building a small business making video games works. A fun process. What weapons do you use if you do not have metal? Well, I'm assuming you're stuck in an ad. I would never. Tapioca. I would never. But Bear End, I hope you've been well. What's up, dude? Nah, I'm not gonna melee. Not without metal armor. That's very, very stupid. No, we're not gonna touch them. Still not gonna use them against elves. Gonna use long-range weapons. Gonna be smart. I'm actually kind of amazed I haven't been attacked yet. Like, not even a were creature or something. Just a couple giant honey badgers. Damn, lots of big wins today. Okay. And a temple to the competitive order. Not sure what god that is, but we'll find out. Wondering if it's the same god. But yeah, I'm looking forward until the other Legends mode related religion things come in. Because this is a pretty recent mechanic, the like churches and guild halls in the grand scheme of things. I didn't even look at what god they worshipped. Competitive order is the god of games. God of games is... Gamsit Amused Chanced. Amused Chanced. Which is kind of a funny thing to call things. Catch upon god? That's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah. It's like the god of surprise mechanics, basically. God of gambling. All right. Let's hope this covers it. What's the worst thing you could get your dwarves? A swimming pool, maybe? Not sure how to answer that, to be honest with you. An artificial shower. Rain shower? Artificial rain? I don't know. I mean, they don't like rain. I don't know. Do you mean literally? Anything that kills them. Pet cyclops. Be pretty bad. Okay. Not bad. And more migrants have arrived. Okay, so you are linked to a lever. And this one needs to start being linked to levers. I need more mechanisms. Let's just make obsidian mechanisms and just make 30 of them. Because all your dwarves choose the opposite? Seems like you're just bad at being in charge. Which is fair. Many people are. All right. The priest for this group is... Chat, should we give the job of priesty to Arende or JJ? JJ is trying to be in the military, so maybe we should leave them in the military, but it's up to you guys. Arende or JJ? Who do you guys think becomes a priest for the Strategic Abbey? The god of games. Well, it seems chat wants a rende, so we're giving it to a rende. Is now the Sacred Tournament, which is kind of an awesome title. The Sacred Tournament. All right, well, what could possibly go wrong? Pull the lever. Dwarf. JJ should just keep following his passion to serve his country. Yeah, there you go. It'd help if I unpaused the game, wouldn't it? What's my favorite pizza topping? Something I am surprised by. Dwarf, you might want to leave. Here comes the lava. Do-do-do-do. Here comes the lava. And I say, don't really like this song. That would be very surprising. I do like ham and pineapple. I don't know if I would say pineapple is my favorite topping because it's not very versatile. Like, to give you an idea, I like weird pizza. The last pizza I had that genuinely surprised me that I really liked was an artichoke heart. That's hard for me to say for some reason. I choked on that word. An artichoke heart. Moose sausage. Corn pizza. That was incredible. And it had like goat cheese sprinkle on top of it and like crumbly goat cheese and some crumbly feta on it and then just a little bit of cheddar over top of the top and had a white sauce instead of like a red sauce. That was really good. But like if we're just talking mainstays, probably olives. I like olives. I like a Mediterranean pizza. I don't like Mediterranean pizzas. I think like meat lovers pizza is kind of gross. I think it's actually like maybe the least interesting kind of grossest type of pizza you could make. It's because it's like there's kind of nothing interesting going on when you make a meat lovers pizza. It's just a lot of grease and fat. I'm not super big on that. You mean ham? You know what's funny about Canadian bacon? People in Canada just call it ham. This has to be like a French toast thing where like people who aren't from Canada call it Canadian bacon because they think it's this weird novelty. And then people in Canada are just like, you mean ham? It's just don't buy salted ham then. I believe it. I believe that pepper jack is good on ham. Or not on ham, on pizza. Supreme pizzas are top tier. 2 meats and tons of veggies. Whose branding is that? That seems like some real funky marketing. All right, well, I think that this fort is in a really good spot, chat room. But you know, I've been streaming for 9 hours, and I would like to do a run of Path of Acra tonight. So, I think it's time for us to put a pause on this fortress for right now, play a round of Path of Acra, and tomorrow we'll pick this fort back up where we've left it. I think that this whole fortress is doing quite well currently. I think that things are coming along very nice. I think the elves have thrown some passive-aggressive suggestions at us, so we might get to see some wooden arrows fly. Hopefully they attack with some interesting animals if they do. And, you know, we built a temple. We got a baron fully satisfied and happied up. We've got, we still don't have a tavern, still aren't doing any farming because who needs to farm? We've got, you know, our guild halls set up. We've even got a farmers guild for all of the farming we're not doing. And there's a dead hamster on the ground. Life is good. Let's throw it in a volcano. And now we are filling our, you know, our entryway with lava. 123 dwarves, yeah. As the numbers slowly continue to climb. And as I slowly continue to hook these up to more mechanisms. And we've been slowly starting to get attacked by agitated creatures. But fortunately, it's just the occasional giant honey badger. And they're not that bad, okay? None of them have been named Daniel Ricardo, though, as far as I know. So we'll have to keep an eye out for more honey badgers, and maybe we'll see a Danny. But we do, however, need to finish this tomorrow, which means I need to go down here, go all the way around this, and, you know, build green glass into these walls, and cut it down as far as I can. Once it gets all the way down to the base level, which is going to be, I guess, this layer. Only one more layer down. Then I will cut off these bottom sides on these sides, and just like that, we'll have a pretty cool little fort. Quite happy with how this one looks. Twitch chat. You want to be helpful? It's time to say goodnight, YouTube. YouTube, what do you think? Do you guys want me to leave your stream up? Because there's 45 of you still watching. You guys want to watch some Path of Acra? You just have to promise me to not be like that one guy and complain about how it's Path of Acra with a dwarf fort thumbnail, because I don't actually think I can edit them after the fact. All I can do is edit the title, so regardless. Good night, YouTube. Okay, so the marker's been put in. YouTube's still running. I think we'll let it keep running. We'll let it keep running. Path of Acra 1.0. Please change title to Old Fort now. Old